Chapter 27. Monsieur de Beaufort. The prince turned round at the moment when Raoul, in order to leave him alone with Athos, was shutting the door and preparing to go with the other officers into an adjoining apartment. "Is that the young man I have heard le Prince speak so highly of?" asked de Beaufort. "It is, Monseigneur. He is quite the soldier. Let him stay, Count. We cannot spare him." "Remain, Raoul, since Monseigneur permits it," said Athos. "Ma foi, he is tall and handsome," continued the Duke. "Will you give him to me, Monseigneur, if I ask him of you?" "How am I to understand you, Monseigneur?" said Athos. "Why, I call upon you to bid you farewell." "Farewell?" "Yes. In truth, have you no idea of what I am about to become?" "Why, I suppose what you have always been, Monseigneur, a valiant prince and an excellent gentleman. I am going to become an African prince, a Bedouin gentleman. The king is sending me to make conquests among the Arabs." "What is this you tell me, Monseigneur?" "Strange is it not? I, the Parisian par excellence, I who have reigned in the faubourgs and have been called King of the Halles, I am going to pass from the Prince Maubert to the marionettes of Gigelli, from a frondeur, I am becoming an adventurer." "Oh, monsieur, if you did not yourself tell me that, it would not be credible, would it? Believe me, nevertheless, we have had to bid each other farewell. That is what comes of getting into favour again." "Into favour?" "Yes, you smile, my dear Count. Do you know why I have accepted this enterprise? Can you guess?" "Because your Highness loves glory above everything else?" "Oh, no, there is no glory in firing muskets at savages. I see no glory in that. For my part, it is more probable that I shall there meet with something else. But I have wished, and still wish, earnestly, my dear Count, that my life should have that last facet, after all the whimsical exhibitions I have seen myself make during 50 years. For in short, you must admit that it is sufficiently strange to be born the grandson of a king, to have made war against kings, to have been reckoned among the powers of the age, to have maintained my rank, to feel Henry IV within me, to be great Admiral of France, and then to go and get killed at Gigelli among all those Turks, Saracens, and Moors." "Monseigneur, you harp with strange persistence on that theme," said Athos in an agitated voice. "How can you suppose that so brilliant a destiny will be extinguished in that remote and miserable scene? And you can believe, upright and simple as you are, that if I go into Africa for this ridiculous motive, I will not endeavour to come out of it without ridicule? Shall I not give the world cause to speak of me, and to be spoken of nowadays, when there are Monsieur le Prince, M. de Turenne, and many others, my contemporaries? I, Admiral of France, grandson of Henry IV, King of Paris, have anything left but to get myself killed? Cordeaux, I will be talked of, I tell you. I shall be killed whether or not, if not there, somewhere else." "Why, Monseigneur, this is mere exaggeration, and hitherto you have shown nothing exaggerated save bravery." "Pest, my dear friend, there was bravery in facing scurvy, dysentery, locusts, poisoned arrows, as my ancestor St. Louis did. Do you know those fellows still use poisoned arrows? And then you know me of old, I fancy, and you know that I make my mind up to a thing, I perform it in the grimmest earnest." Yes, you made up your mind to escape from Vincennes." "Aye, but you aided me in that, my master, and apropos, I turned this way and that without seeing my old friend, M. Vaugrémond." "How is he?" "M. Vaugrémond is still your Highness's most respectful servant," said Athos, smiling. "I have 100 pistoles here for him, which I bring as legacy. My will is made, Count. Ah, Monseigneur. And you may understand that if Grimaud's name were to appear on my will, the Duke began to laugh, then addressing Raoul, who, from the commencement of this conversation, had sunk into a profound reverie. Young man, said he, I know there is to be found here a certain de Vouvray wine, and I believe... Raoul left the room precipitately to order the wine. In the meantime, M. de Beaufort took the hand of Athos. What do you mean to do with him? Asked he. Nothing at present, Monseigneur. Ah, yes, I know, since the passion of the king for La Valliere. Yes, Monseigneur. That is all true, then, it is. I think I know her, that little La Valliere. She is not particularly handsome, if I remember right. No, Monseigneur, said Athos. Do you know who she reminds me of? Does she remind your Highness of anyone? She reminds me of a very agreeable girl whose mother lived in the hills. Ha ha, said Athos, smiling. Oh, the good old times, added M. de Beaufort. Yes, La Valliere reminds me of that girl. Who had a son, had she not? I believe she had, replied the Duke, with careless naivety and a complacent forgetfulness of which no words could translate the tone and vocal expression. Now here is poor Raoul, who is your son, I believe. Yes, he is my son, Monseigneur. And the poor lad has been cut out by the king, and he frets. Still better, Monsieur, he abstains. You are going to let the boy rust in idleness. It is a mistake. Come, give him to me. My wish is to keep him at home, Monseigneur. I have no longer anything in the world but him, and as long as he likes to remain... Well, well, replied the Duke, I could nevertheless have soon put matters to right again, I assure you. I think he has in him the stuff of which Marquiels of France are made. I have seen more than one produced from less likely rough material. That is very possible, Monseigneur, but it is the king who makes Marquiels of France, and Raoul will never accept anything of the king. Raoul interrupted this conversation by his return. He preceded Grimaud, who, still steady hands, carried the plateau with one glass and a bottle of the Duke's favourite wine. On seeing his old protégé, the Duke uttered an exclamation of pleasure. Grimaud! Good evening, Grimaud, said he. How goes it? The servant bowed profoundly, as much gratified as his noble interlocutor. Two old friends, said the Duke, shaking honest Grimaud's shoulder after a vigorous fashion, which was followed by another still more profound and delighted bow from Grimaud. But why is this, Count, only one glass? I should not think of drinking with your Highness unless your Highness permitted me, replied Athos with noble humility. Codo, you are right to bring only one glass. We will both drink out of it like two brothers in arms. Begin, Count. Do me the honour, said Athos, gently putting back the glass. You are a charming friend, replied the Duc de Beaufort, who drank and passed the goblet to his companion. But that is not all, continued he. I am still thirsty, and I wish to do honour to this handsome young man who stands here. I carry good luck with me, Vicomte, said he to Raoul. Wish for something while drinking out of my glass, and may the black plague grab me if what you wish does not come to pass. He held the goblet to Raoul, who hastily moistened his lips, and replied with the same promptitude. I have wished for something, Monseigneur. His eyes sparkled with a gloomy fire, and the blood mounted to his cheeks. He terrified Athos, if only with his smile. "And what have you wished for?" replied the Duke, sinking back into his fauteuil, whilst with one hand he returned the bottle to Grimaud, and with the other gave him a purse. "Will you promise me, Monseigneur, to grant me what I wish for?" "Pardieu, that is agreed upon." "I wished, Monsieur le Duc, to go with you to Giguel." Athos became pale and was unable to conceal his agitation. The Duke looked at his friend as if desirous to assist him to parry this unexpected blow. "This is difficult, my dear Vicomte, very difficult," added he in a lower tone of voice. "Pardon me, Monseigneur, I have been indiscreet," replied Raoul in a firm voice. "But as you yourself invited me to wish to leave me," said Athos. "Oh, monsieur, can you imagine?" "Well, Modo," cried the Duke, "the young Vicomte is right. What can he do here? He will go mouldy with grief." Raoul blushed, and the excitable prince continued. "War is a distraction. We gain everything by it, and we can only lose one thing by it, life. Then so much worse." "That is to say, memory," said Raoul eagerly. "And that is to say, so much the better." He repented of having spoken so warmly when he saw Athos rise and open the window, which was doubtless to conceal his emotion. Raoul sprang towards the Comte, but the latter had already overcome his emotion and turned to the lights with a serene and impassible countenance. "Well, come," said the Duke, "let us see. Shall he go or shall he not? If he goes, Comte, he shall be my aide-de-camp, my son." "Monseigneur," cried Raoul, bending his knee. "Monseigneur," cried Athos, taking the hand of the Duke. "Raoul shall do just as he likes." "Oh no, monsieur, just as you like," interrupted the young man. "Parbleu," said the Prince in his turn. "It is neither the Comte nor the Vicomte that I shall have his way, is it? I will take him away. The marine officer offers a superb fortune, my friend." Raoul smiled again so sadly that this time Athos felt his heart penetrated by it, and replied to him by a severe look. Raoul comprehended it all. He recovered his calmness, and was so guarded that not another word escaped him. The Duke at length rose, on observing the advanced hour, and said with animation, "I am in great haste, but if I am told I have lost time in talking with a friend, I will reply I have gained, on the balance, a most excellent recruit." "Pardon me, Monsieur de la Duke," interrupted Raoul. "Do not tell the king so, for it is not the king I wish to serve." "Ah, my friend, whom then will you serve? The times are past when you might have said, I belong to M. de Beaufort. No, nowadays we all belong to the king, great or small. Therefore, if you serve on board my vessel, there can be nothing equivocal about it. My dear Vicomte, it will be the king you will serve." Athos waited with a kind of impatient joy for the reply about to be made to this embarrassing question by Raoul, the intractable enemy of the king, his rival. The father hoped that the obstacle would overcome the desire. He was thankful to M. de Beaufort, whose lightness or generous reflection had thrown an impediment in the way of the departure of a son, now his only joy. But Raoul, still firm and tranquil, replied, "Monsieur le Duc, the objection you make I have already considered in my mind. I will serve on board your vessel because you do me the honour to take me with you, but I shall not there serve a more powerful master than the king. I shall serve God." "God? How so?" said the Duke and Athos together. "My intention is to make my profession and become a knight of Malta, added Bragelonne, letting fall one by one words more icy than the drops which fall from the bare trees after the tempests of winter. Under this blow, Athos staggered, and the prince himself was moved. Grimaud uttered a heavy groan and let fall the bottle, which was broken without anybody paying attention. M. de Beaufort looked the young man in the face and read plainly, though his eyes were cast down, the fire of resolution before which everything must give way. As to Athos, he was too well acquainted with that tender but inflexible soul. He could not hope to make it deviate from the fatal road it had just chosen. He could only press the hand the Duke held out to him. "Comte, I shall set off in 2 days for Toulon," said M. de Beaufort. "Will you meet me at Paris in order that I may know your determination?" "I will have the honour of thanking you there, mon prince, for all your kindness," replied the Comte. "And be sure to bring the Vicomte with you, whether he follows me or not. Follow me," added the Duke. "He has my word, and I only ask yours." Having thrown a little balm upon the wound of the paternal heart, he pulled the ear of Grimaud, whose eyes sparkled more than usual, and regained his escort in the pâtière. The horses, rested and refreshed, set off with a spirit through the lovely night, and soon placed a considerable distance between their master and the chateau. Athos and Bragelonne were again face to face. 11 o'clock was striking. The father and son preserved a profound silence towards each other, where an intelligent observer would have expected cries and tears. But these two men were of such a nature that all emotion following their final resolutions plunged itself so deep into their hearts that it was lost for ever. They paused, then silently and almost breathlessly, the hour that preceded midnight. The clock, by striking, alone pointed out to them how many minutes had lasted the painful journey made by their souls in the immensity of their remembrances of the past and fear of the future. Athos rose first, saying, "It is late then. Till tomorrow." Raoul rose, and in his turn embraced his father. The latter held him, clasped him to his breast, and said in a tremulous voice, "In 2 days you will have left me, my son. Left me for ever, Raoul." "Monsieur," replied the young man, "I have formed a determination, that of piercing my heart with my sword, but you would have thought that cowardly. I have renounced that determination, and therefore we must part." "You leave me desolate by going, Raoul. Listen to me again, monsieur, I implore you. If I do not go, I shall die here of grief and love. I know how long a time I have to live thus. Send me quickly away, monsieur, or you will see me basely die before your eyes in your house. This is stronger than my will, stronger than my strength. You may plainly see that within 1 month I have lived 30 years, and that I approach the end of my life." "Then," said Athos, coldly, "you go with the intention of getting killed in Africa. Oh, tell me, do not lie." Raoul grew deadly pale, and remained silent for 2 seconds, which were to his father 2 hours of agony. Then, all at once, "Monsieur," said he, "I have promised to devote myself to God. In exchange for the sacrifice I make of my youth and my liberty, I will only ask of him one thing, and that is to preserve me for you, because you are the only tie which attaches me to this world. God alone can give me the strength not to forget that I owe you everything, and that nothing ought to stand in my esteem before you." Athos embraced his son tenderly and said, "You have just replied to me on the word of honour of an honest man. In 2 days we shall be with M. de Beaufort at Paris, and you will then do what will be proper for you to do. You are free, Raoul. Adieu." And he slowly gained his bedroom. Raoul went down into the garden and passed the night in the alley of limes. Chapter 28. Preparations for departure. Athos lost no time in combating this immutable resolution. He gave all his attention to preparing during the 2 days the Duke had granted him the proper appointments for Raoul. This labour chiefly concerned Grimaud, who immediately applied himself to it with the good will and intelligence we know he possessed. Athos gave this worthy servant orders to take the route to Paris when the equipments should be ready, and not to expose himself to the dangers of keeping the Duke waiting or delaying Raoul, so that the Duke should perceive his absence. He himself, the day after the visit of M. de Beaufort, set off for Paris with his son. For the poor young man it was an emotion easily to be understood, thus to return to Paris amongst all the people who had known and loved him. Every face recalled a pang to him who had suffered so much, to him who had loved so much, some circumstance of his unhappy love. Raoul, on approaching Paris, felt as if he were dying. Once in Paris, he really existed no longer. When he reached Guichy's residence, he was informed that Guichy was with Monsieur. Raoul took the road to Luxembourg, and when arrived, without suspecting that he was going to the place where La Valliere had lived, he heard so much music and respired so many perfumes, he heard so much joyous laughter and saw so many dancing shadows, that if it had not been for a charitable woman who perceived him so dejected and pale beneath the doorway, he would have remained there a few minutes, and then would have gone away, never to return. But, as we have said in the first antechamber, he had stopped, solely for the sake of not mixing himself with all those happy beings he felt were moving around him in the adjacent salons. And, as one of Monsieur's servants, recognizing him, had asked him if he wished to see Monsieur or Madame Raoul, had scarcely answered him, but had sunk down upon a bench near the velvet doorway, looking at a clock, which had stopped for nearly an hour. The servant had passed on, and another, better acquainted with him, had come up and interrogated Raoul, whether he should inform M. de Guiche of his being there. This name did not even arouse the recollection of Raoul. The persistent servant went on to relate that de Guiche had just invented a new game of lottery and was teaching it to the ladies. Raoul, opening his large eyes like the absent man in Theophrastus, made no answer, but his sadness increased 2 shades. With his head hanging down, his limbs relaxed, his mouth half open for the escape of his sighs, Raoul remained thus forgotten in the antechamber, when all at once a lady's robe passed, rubbing against the doors of a side salon, which opened on the gallery. A lady, young, pretty, and gay, scolding an officer of the household, entered by that way and expressed herself with much vivacity. The officer replied in a calm but firm sentence. It was rather a little love pet than a quarrel of courtiers, and was terminated by a kiss on the fingers of the lady. Suddenly, on perceiving Raoul, the lady became silent, and pushing away the officer. "Make your escape, Melicon," she said. "I do not think there was anyone here. I shall curse you if they have either heard or seen us." Melicon hastened away. The young lady advanced behind Raoul and stretching her joyous face over him as he lay. "Monsieur's a gallant man," she said, "and no doubt—" She here interrupted herself by uttering a cry. "Raoul!" said she, blushing. "Mademoiselle de Montalius," said Raoul, paler than death. He rose unsteadily and tried to make his way across the slippery mosaic of the floor, but she had comprehended that savage and cruel grief. She felt that in the flight of Raoul there was an accusation of herself. A woman, ever vigilant, she did not think she ought to let the opportunity slip of making good her justification. But Raoul, though, stopped her in the middle of the gallery, did not seem to dispose to surrender without a combat. He took it up in a tone so cold and embarrassed that if they had been thus surprised, the whole court would have no doubt about the proceedings of Mademoiselle de Montalier. "Ah, monsieur," she said with disdain, "what you are doing is very unworthy of a gentleman. My heart inclines me to speak to you. You compromise me by a reception almost uncivil. You are wrong, monsieur, and you confound your friends with enemies. Farewell." Raoul had sworn never to speak of Louise, never even to look at those who might have seen Louise. He was going into another world that he might never meet with anything Louise had seen or even touched. But after the first shock of his pride, after having had a glimpse of Montalier, the companion of Louise, Montalier who reminded him of the turret of Blois and the joys of youth, all his reason faded away. "Pardon me, mademoiselle. It enters not. It cannot enter into my thoughts to be uncivil." "Do you wish to speak to me?" said she, with the smile of former days. "Well, come somewhere else, for we may be surprised." "Oh?" said he. She looked at the clock doubtingly. Then, having reflected, "In my apartment," she said. "We shall have an hour to ourselves." And taking her course, lighter than a fairy, she ran up to her chamber, followed by Raoul. Shutting the door and placing in the hands of her camariste the mantle she had held upon her arm. "You were seeking M. de Guiche, were you not?" said she to Raoul. "Yes, mademoiselle." "I will go and ask him to come up here presently, after I have spoken to you." "Do so, mademoiselle." "Are you angry with me?" Raoul looked at her for a moment, then, casting down his eyes, "Yes," said he. "You think I was not concerned in the plot which brought about the rupture, do you not?" "Rupture?" said he, with bitterness. "Oh, mademoiselle, there can be no rupture where there has been no love." "You are in error," replied Montalier. "Louise did love you." Raoul started. "Not with love, I know, but she liked you, and you ought to have married her before you set out for London." Raoul broke into a sinister laugh, which made Montalier shudder. "You can tell me that very much at your ease, mademoiselle. Do people marry who they like? You forget that the king then kept for himself as his mistress her of whom we are speaking." "Listen," said the young woman, pressing the hand of Raoul in her own. "You are wrong in every way. A man of your age ought never to leave a woman of hers alone." "There is no longer any faith in the world, then," said Raoul. "No, Vicomte," said Montalier quietly. "Nevertheless, let me tell you that, instead of loving Louise coldly and philosophically, you had endeavoured to awaken her to love." Enough, I pray you, mademoiselle, said Raoul. I feel as though you are all of both sexes, of a different age from me. You can laugh and you can banter agreeably. Mademoiselle, I loved Mademoiselle de... Raoul could not pronounce her name. I loved her well. I put my faith in her. Now I am quits by loving her no longer. Oh, Vicomte, said Montalier, pointing to his reflection in a looking-glass. I know what you mean, mademoiselle. I am much altered, am I not? Well, do you know why? Because my face is the mirror of my heart, the outer surface changed to match the mind within. You are consoled, then, said Montalier, sharply. No, I shall never be consoled. I don't understand you, M. de Bragelonne. I care but little for that. I do not quite understand myself. You have not even tried to speak to Louise. Who, I? Exclaimed the young man, with eyes flashing fire. I? Why do you not advise me to marry her? Perhaps the king would consent now. And he rose from his chair, full of anger. I see, said Montalier, that you are not cured, and that Louise has one enemy the more. One enemy the more? Yes, favourites are but little beloved at the court of France. Oh, while she has her lover to protect her, is that not enough? She has chosen him of such a quality that her enemies cannot prevail against her, but stopping all at once. And then she has you for a friend, mademoiselle, added he, with a shade of irony, which did not glide off the cuirass. Who, I? Oh, no, I am no longer one of those whom Mademoiselle de la Vallière condescends to look upon, but this but, so big with menace and with storm, this but which made the heart of Raoul beat, such griefs did it presage for her whom lately he loved so dearly. This terrible but, so significant in a woman like Montalier's, was interrupted by a moderately loud noise heard by the speakers proceeding from the alcove behind the wainscoting. Montalier's turned to listen, and Raoul was already rising when a lady entered the room quietly by the secret door, which she closed after her. Madam! Exclaimed Raoul, on recognizing the sister-in-law of the king. Stupid wretch! Murmured Montalier's, throwing herself, but too late before the princess. I have been mistaken in an hour. She had, however, time to warn the princess, who was walking towards Raoul. Madame du Bragelonne, madame! And at these words the princess drew back, uttering a cry in her turn. Your Royal Highness, said Montalier with volubility, is kind enough to think of this lottery and... The princess began to lose countenance. Raoul hastened his departure without divining all, but he felt that he was in the way. Madame was preparing a word of transition to recover herself when a closet opened in front of the alcove, and M. de Guiche issued, all radiant, also from the closet. The palest of the four, we must admit, was still Raoul. The princess, however, was near fainting, and was obliged to lean upon the foot of the bed for support. No one ventured to support her. This scene occupied several minutes of terrible suspense, but Raoul broke it. He went up to the count, whose inexpressible emotion made his knees tremble, and taking his hand, Dear Count, said he, tell Madame I am too unhappy not to merit pardon. Tell her also that I have loved in the course of my life, and that the horror of the treachery that has been practised on me renders me inexorable towards all other treachery that may be committed around me. This is why, mademoiselle, said he, smiling to Montalier's, I never would divulge the secret of the visits of my friend to your apartment. Obtain from Madame, who is so clement and so generous, obtain her pardon for you, whom she has just surprised also. You are both free. Love each other, be happy. The princess felt for a moment a despair that cannot be described. It was repugnant to her, notwithstanding the exquisite delicacy which Raoul had exhibited, to feel herself at the mercy of one who had discovered such an indiscretion. It was equally repugnant to her to accept the evasion offered by this delicate deception. Agitated, nervous, she struggled against the double stings of these two troubles. Raoul comprehended her position and came once more to her aid. Bending his knee before her, "Madame," said he, in a low voice, "in 2 days I shall be far from Paris. In a fortnight I shall be far from France, where I shall never be seen again." "Are you going away then?" said she, with great delight. "With M. de Beaufort." "Into Africa?" cried de Guiche in his turn. "You, Raoul? Oh, my friend, into Africa, where everyone dies?" And forgetting everything, forgetting that forgetfulness itself compromised the princess more eloquently than his presence. "Ingrate," said he, "and you have not even consulted me." And he embraced him, during which time Montellier's had led away Madame and disappeared herself. Raoul passed his hand over his brow and said with a smile, "I have been dreaming." Then warmly to Guiche, who by degrees absorbed him, "My friend," said he, "I conceal nothing from you, who are the elected of my heart. I am going to seek death in yonder country. Your secret will not remain in my breast more than a year." Oh, Raoul, a man. Do you know what is my thought, Count? This is it. I shall live more vividly, being buried beneath the earth, than I have lived for this months past. We are Christians, my friend, and if such sufferings were to continue, I would not be answerable for the safety of my soul. De Guiche was anxious to raise objections. "Not one more word on my account," said Raoul, "but advice to you, dear friend. What I am going to say to you is of much greater importance." "What is that?" "Without doubt, you risk much more than I do, because you love. Oh, it is a joy so sweet to me to be able to speak to you thus. Well then, De Guiche, beware of Montellier's." "What? Of that kind friend?" "She was the friend of her you know of. She ruined her by pride." "You are mistaken." "And now, when she has ruined her, she would ravish from her the only thing that renders that woman excusable in my eyes." "What is that?" "Her love." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that there is a plot formed against her, who is the mistress of the king, a plot formed in the very house of Madame." "Can you think so?" "I am certain of it." "By Montellier's?" "Take her as the least dangerous of the enemies I dread for the other." "Explain yourself clearly, my friend, and if I can understand you." "In 2 words, Madame has been long jealous of the king." "I know she has." "Oh, fear nothing. You are beloved. You are beloved, Count. Do you feel the value of these 3 words? They signify that you can raise your head, that you can sleep tranquilly, that you can thank God every minute of your life. You are beloved. That signifies that you may hear everything, even the counsel of a friend who wishes to preserve your happiness. You are beloved, De Guiche. You are beloved. You do not enjoy those atrocious nights, those nights without end, which, with arrant eye and fainting heart, others pass through who are destined to die. You will live long if you act like the miser who, bit by bit, crumb by crumb, collects and heaps up diamonds and gold. You are beloved. Allow me to tell you what you must do, that you may be beloved forever." De Guiche contemplated for some time this unfortunate young man, half mad with despair, till there passed through his heart something like remorse at his own happiness. Raoul suppressed his feverish excitement to assume the voice and countenance of an impassible man. "They will make her, whose name I should wish still to be able to pronounce, they will make her suffer. Swear to me that you will not second them in anything, but that you will defend her when possible, as I would have done myself." "I swear I will," replied De Guiche. "And," continued Raoul, "some day, when you shall have rendered her great service, some day, when she shall thank you, promise me to say these words to her. 'I have done you this kindness, madame, at the warm request of M. de Bragelonne, whom you so deeply injured.'" "I swear I will," murmured De Guiche. "That is all. Adieu. I set out tomorrow or the day after for Toulon. If you have a few hours to spare, give them to me." All, cried the young man. "Thank you." "And what are you going to do now?" "I am going to meet M. Leconte at Planchet's residence, where we hope to find M. d'Artagnan." "M. d'Artagnan?" "Yes. I wish to embrace him before my departure. He is a brave man who loves me dearly. Farewell, my friend. You are expected, no doubt. You will find me, when you wish, at the lodgings of the Comte. Farewell." The two young men embraced. Those who chanced to see them both thus would not have hesitated to say, pointing to Raoul, "That is a happy man." Chapter 29. Planchet's Inventory. Athos, during the visit made to the Luxembourg by Raoul, had gone to Planchet's residence to inquire after D'Artagnan. The Comte, on arriving at the Rue des Lombards, found the shop of the grocer in great confusion. But it was not the encumbered of a lucky sale, or that of an arrival of goods. Planchet was not enthroned as usual on sacks and barrels. No, a young man with a pen behind his ear and another with an account book in his hand were setting down a number of figures, whilst a third counted and weighed. An inventory was being taken. Athos, who had no knowledge of commercial matters, felt himself a little embarrassed by material obstacles and the majesty of those who were thus employed. He saw several customers sent away, and asked himself whether he, who came to buy nothing, would not be more properly deemed importunate. He therefore asked, very politely, if he could see M. Planchet. The reply, quite carelessly given, was that M. Planchet was packing his trunks. These words surprised Athos. "What? His trunks?" said he. "Is M. Planchet going away?" "Yes, monsieur, directly." "Then if you please inform him that M. le Comte de la Fère desires to speak to him for a moment." At the mention of the Comte's name, one of the young men, no doubt accustomed to hear it pronounced with respect, immediately went to inform Planchet. It was at this moment that Raoul, after his painful scene with Montaliers and De Guiche, arrived at the grocer's house. Planchet left his job directly he received the Comte's message. "Ah, Monsieur le Comte," exclaimed he, "how glad I am to see you! What good stars brings you here?" "My dear Planchet," said Athos, pressing the hand of his son, whose sad look he silently observed, "we are come to learn of you, but in what confusion do I find you? You are as white as a miller. Where have you been rummaging?" Ah, diable, take care, monsieur, don't come too near me till I have well shaken myself. What for? Flour or dust only whiten? No, 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 what you see on my arms is arsenic. Arsenic? Yes, I am taking my precautions against rats. Ah, I suppose in an establishment like this, rats play a conspicuous part. It is not with this establishment I concern myself, Monsieur le Comte. The rats have robbed me of more here than they will ever rob me of again. What do you mean? Why, you may have observed, monsieur, my inventory is being taken. Are you leaving trade, then? Ah, mon Dieu, yes. I have disposed of my business to one of my young men. Bah, you are rich then, I suppose. Monsieur, I have taken a dislike to the city. I don't know whether it is because I am growing old, and M. d'Artagnan one day said, when we grow old, we more often think of the adventures of our youth. But for some time past, I have felt myself attracted towards the country and gardening. I was a countryman formerly. And Planchet marked this confession with a rather pretentious laugh for a man making profession of humility. Athos made a gesture of approval and then added, You are going to buy an estate, then? I have bought one, monsieur. Ah, that is still better. A little house at Fontainebleau with something like 20 acres of land around it. Very well, Planchet. Accept my compliments on your acquisition. But, monsieur, we are not comfortable here. The cursed dust makes you cough. Corbleu, I do not wish to poison the most worthy gentleman in the kingdom. Athos did not smile at this little pleasantry which Planchet had aimed at him in order to try to strengthen in mundane facetiousness. Yes, said Athos, let us have a little talk by ourselves. In your own room, for example. You have a room, have you not? Certainly, Monsieur le Comte. Upstairs, perhaps? And Athos, seeing Planchet a little embarrassed, wished to relieve him by going first. It is, but, said Planchet, hesitating. Athos was mistaken in the cause of this hesitation, and attributing it to fear the grocer might have of offering humble hospitality. Never mind, said he, still going up. The dwelling of a tradesman in this quarter is not expected to be a palace. Come on. Raoul nimbly preceded him and entered first. 2 cries were heard simultaneously. We may say 3. One of these cries dominated the others. It emanated from a woman. Another proceeded from the mouth of Raoul. It was an exclamation of surprise. He had no sooner uttered it than he shut the door sharply. The third was from fright. It came from Planchet. I ask your pardon, added he. Madame is dressing. Raoul had no doubt seen what Planchet said was true, for he turned round to go downstairs again. Madame, said Athos. Oh, pardon me, Planchet, I did not know that you had upstairs. It is Sir Truchen, added Planchet, blushing a little. It is whoever you please, my good Planchet, but pardon my rudeness. No, go up now, gentlemen. We will do no such thing, said Athos. Oh, madame, having notice, has had time. No, Planchet, farewell. Ah, gentlemen, you would not disoblige me by thus standing on the staircase or by going away without having sat down. If we had known that you had a lady upstairs, replied Athos, with his customary coolness, we would have asked permission to pay our respects to her. Planchet was so disconcerted by this little extravagance that he forced the passage and himself, opening the door to admit the Comte and his son. Truchon was quite dressed in the costume of a shopkeeper's wife, rich yet coquettish. German eyes attacking French eyes, she left the apartment after 2 courtesies and went down into the shop, but not without having listened at the door to know what Planchet's gentlemen's visitors would say of her. Athos suspected that, and therefore turned the conversation accordingly. Planchet, on his part, was burning to give explanations which Athos avoided. But, as certain tenacities are stronger than others, Athos was forced to hear Planchet recite his idylls of felicity, translated into a language more chaste than that of Longus. So Planchet related how Truchon had charmed the years of his advancing age and brought good luck to his business, as Ruth did to Boaz. You want nothing now then but heirs to your property. If I had one, he would have 300,000 livres, said Planchet. You must have one then, said Athos phlegmatically, if only to prevent your little fortune being lost. This word, little fortune, placed Planchet in his rank, like the voice of the sergeant when Planchet was but a piqueur in the regiment of Piedmont, in which Roffert had placed him. Athos perceived that the grocer would marry Truchon and, in spite of fate, establish a family. This appeared the more evident to him when he learned that the young man to whom Planchet was selling the business was her cousin. Having heard all that was necessary of the happy prospects of the retiring grocer, "What is M. d'Artagnan about?" said he. "Is he not at the Louvre?" "Ah, Monsieur le Comte, Monsieur d'Artagnan has disappeared." "Disappeared?" said Athos in surprise. "Oh, monsieur, we know what that means." "But I do not know." "Whenever M. d'Artagnan disappears, it is always for some mission or some great affair." "Has he said anything to you about it?" "Never." "You were acquainted with his departure for England formerly, were you not?" "On account of the speculation," said Planchet heedlessly. "The speculation?" "I mean," interrupted Planchet, quite confused. Well, neither your affairs nor those of your master are in question. The interest we take in him alone has induced me to apply to you. Since the captain of the Musketeers is not here, as we cannot learn from you where we are likely to find M. d'Artagnan, we will take our leave of you. Au revoir, Planchet, au revoir. Let us be gone, Raoul." "Monsieur le Comte, I wish I was able to tell you." "Oh, not at all. I am not the man to approach a servant with discretion." This word, servant, struck rudely on the ears of the demi-millionaire Planchet, but natural respect and bonhomie prevailed over pride. "There is nothing indiscreet in telling you, Monsieur le Comte. Monsieur d'Artagnan came here the other day." "Uh-huh." "And remained several hours consulting a geographical chart." "You are right then, my friend. Say no more about it." "And the chart is there as a proof," added Planchet, who went to fetch from the neighbouring wall where it was suspended by a twist, forming a triangle with the bar of the window to which it was fastened. Plan consulted by the captain on his last visit to Planchet. This plan, which he brought to the Comte, was a map of France, upon which the practised eye of that gentleman discovered an itinerary marked out with small pins. Wherever a pin was missing, a hole denoted its having been there. Athos, by following with his eye the pins and holes, saw that D'Artagnan had taken the direction of the south and gone as far as the Mediterranean, towards Toulon. It was near Cannes that the marks and the punctured place ceased. The Comte de la Fère puzzled his brains for some time to divine what the musketeer could be going to do at Cannes, and what motive could have led him to examine the banks of the Var. The reflections of Athos suggested nothing. His accustomed perspicacity was at fault. Raoul's researches were not more successful than his father's. "Never mind," said the young man to the comte, who silently and with his finger had made him understand the route of D'Artagnan. "We must confess that there is a providence always occupied in connecting our destiny with that of M. D'Artagnan. There he is on the coast of Cannes, and you, monsieur, will at least conduct me as far as Toulon. Be assured that we shall meet with him more easily upon our route than on his map." Then, taking leave of Planchet, who was scolding his shopmen, even the cousin of Truchen, his successor, the gentleman set out to pay a visit to M. de Beaufort. On leaving the grocer's shop, they saw a coach, the future depository of the charms of Mademoiselle Truchen and Planchet's bag of crowns. "Everyone journeys towards happiness by the route he chooses," said Raoul, in a melancholy tone. "Road to Fontainebleau," cried Planchet to his coachman. Chapter 30. The Inventory of M. de Beaufort. To have talked of D'Artagnan with Planchet, to have seen Planchet quit Paris to bury himself in his country retreat, had been, for Athos and his son, like a last farewell to the noise of the capital, to their life of former days. What, in fact, did these men leave behind them, one of whom had exhausted the past age in glory, and the other the present age in misfortune? Evidently, neither of them had anything to ask of his contemporaries. They had only to pay a visit to M. de Beaufort and arrange with him the particulars of departure. The Duke was lodged magnificently in Paris. He had one of those superb establishments pertaining to great fortunes, the like of which certain old men remembered to have seen in all their glory in the times of wasteful liberality of Henry III's reign. Then really several great nobles were richer than the king. They knew it, used it, and never deprived themselves of the pleasure of humiliating His Royal Majesty when they had an opportunity. It was this egotistical aristocracy Richelieu had constrained to contribute, with its blood, its purse, and its duties, to what was from his time styled the King's service. From Louis XI, that terrible mower down of the great, to Richelieu, how many families had raised their heads? How many, from Richelieu to Louis XIV, had bowed their heads, never to raise them again? But M. de Beaufort was born a prince, and of a blood which is not shed upon scaffolds unless by the decree of peoples. A prince who had kept up a grand style of living. How did he maintain his horses, his people, and his table? Nobody knew, himself less than others. Only there were then privileges for the sons of kings, to whom nobody refused to become a creditor, whether from respect or the persuasion that they would some day be paid. Athos and Raoul found the mansion of the Duke in as much confusion as that of Planchet. The Duke likewise was making his inventory, that is to say, he was distributing to his friends everything of value he had had in his house. Owing nearly 2 millions, an enormous amount in those days, M. de Beaufort had calculated that he could not set out for Africa without a good round sum, and in order to find that sum, he was distributing to his old creditors plate, arms, jewels, and furniture, which was more magnificent in selling it, and brought him back double. In fact, how could a man to whom 10,000 livres were owing refused to carry away a present worth 6,000, enhanced in estimation from having belonged to a descendant of Henry IV. And how, after having carried away the present, could he refuse 10,000 livres more to this generous noble? This, then, was what had happened. The Duke had no longer a dwelling house. That had become useless to an admiral whose place of residence is his ship. He had no longer need of superfluous arms when he was placed amidst his cannons, no more jewels which the sea might rob him of. But he had 3,000 or 4,000 crowns fresh in his coffers, and throughout the house there was a joyous movement of people who believed they were plundering Monsignor. The prince had, in a supreme degree, the art of making happy the creditors most to be pitied. Every distressed man, every empty purse found him in patience and sympathy for his position. To some he said, "I wish I had what you have. I would give it you, and to others. I have but this silver ewer. It is worth at least 500 livres. Take it." The effect of which was so truly is a courtesy, a current payment, that the prince constantly found means to renew his creditors. This time he used no ceremony. It might be called a general pillage. He gave up everything. The oriental fable of the poor Arab who carried away from the pillage of palace a kettle at the bottom of which was concealed a bag of gold, and whom everybody allowed to pass without jealousy. This fable had become a truth in the prince's mansion. Many contractors paid themselves upon the offices of the Duke. Thus, the provision department, who plundered the clothes presses and the harness rooms, attached very little value to things which tailors and saddlers set great store by. Anxious to carry home to their wives presents given them by Monsignor, many were seen bounding joyously along under the weight of earthen jars and bottles, gloriously stamped with the arms of the prince. M. de Beaufort finished by giving away his horses and the hay from his lofts. He made more than 30 happy with kitchen utensils, and 30 more with the contents of his cellar. Still further, all these people went away with the conviction that M. de Beaufort only acted in this manner to prepare for a new fortune concealed beneath the Arabs' tents. They repeated to each other, whilst pillaging his hotel, that he was sent to Gigli by the king to reconstruct his lost fortunes, that the treasures of Africa would be equally divided between the admiral and the king of France, that these treasures consisted in mines of diamonds or other fabulous stones. The gold and silver mines of Mount Atlas did not even obtain the honour of being named, in addition to the mines to be worked which could not be begun till after campaign. There would be the booty made by the army. M. de Beaufort would lay his hands on all the riches pirates had robbed Christendom of since the Battle of Lampanto. The number of millions from these sources defied calculation. Why, then, should he, who was going in quest of such treasure, set any store by the poor utensils of his past life? And, reciprocally, why should they spare the property of him who spared it so little himself? Such was the position of affairs. Athos, with his piercing, practised glance, saw what was going on at once. He found the Admiral of France a little exalted, for he was rising from a table of 50 covers at which the guests had drunk long and deeply to the prosperity of the expedition, at the conclusion of which repast the remains with the dessert had been given to the servants, and the empty dishes and plates to the curious. The prince was intoxicated with his ruin and his popularity at one and the same time. He had drunk his old wine to the health of his wine of the future when he saw Athos and Raoul. "There is my aide-de-camp being brought to me," he cried. "Come hither, Comte. Come hither, Viscount." Athos tried to find a passage through the heaps of linen and plate. Step over it, said the Duke, offering a full glass to Athos. The latter drank it. Raoul scarcely moistened his lips. "Here is your commission," said the prince to Raoul. "I had prepared it, reckoning upon you. You will go before me as far as Antibes." "Yes, Monseigneur." "Here is the order." And de Beaufort gave Raoul the order. "Do you know anything of the sea?" "Yes, monsieur. I have travelled with M. la Prince." "That is well. All these barges and lighters must be in attendance to form an escort and carry my provisions. The army must be prepared to embark in a fortnight at the very latest." "That shall be done, Monseigneur." "The present order gives you the right to visit and search all the isles along the coast. You will there make the enrolments and levies you may want for me." "Yes, Monsieur le Duc." "And you are an active man and will work freely. You will spend much money." "I hope not, Monseigneur." "But I am sure you will. My intendant has prepared the orders of 1,000 livres drawn upon the cities of the south. He will give you 100 of them. Now, dear Vicomte, be gone." Athos interrupted the prince. "Keep your money, Monseigneur. War is to be waged among the Arabs with gold as well as lead." "I wish to try the contrary," replied the Duke. "And then you are acquainted with my ideas upon the expedition. Plenty of noise, plenty of fire, and if so it must be, I shall disappear in the smoke." Having spoken thus, M. de Beaufort began to laugh, but his mirth was not reciprocated by Athos and Raoul. He perceived this at once. "Ah!" said he, with the courteous egotism of his rank and age. "You are such people as a man should never see after dinner. You are cold, stiff, and dry, when I am all fire, suppleness, and wine. No, devil take me, I should always see you fasting, Vicomte, and you, Comte, if you wear such a face as this, you shall see me no more." He said this, pressing the hand of Athos, who replied with a smile, "Monseigneur, do not talk so grandly because you happen to have plenty of money. I predict that within a month you will be dry, stiff, and cold in presence of your strong box, and that then, having Raoul at your elbow, fasting, you will be surprised to see him gay, animated, and generous, because he will have some new crowns to offer you." "God grant it may be so," cried the delighted Duke. "Comte, stay with me." "No, I shall go with Raoul. The mission with which you charge him is as troublesome and difficult one. Alone, it would be too much for him to execute. You do not observe, Monseigneur, you have given him command of the first order." "Bah!" "And in your naval arrangements too." "That may be true, but one finds that such fine young fellows as your son generally do all that is required of them." "Monseigneur, I believe you will find nowhere so much zeal and intelligence, so much real bravery as in Raoul. But if he failed to arrange your embarkation, you would only meet the fate that you deserve." "You are scolding me then?" "Monseigneur, to provision a fleet, to assemble a flotilla, to enroll your maritime force, would take an admirable a year. Raoul is a cavalry officer, and you allow him a fortnight." "I tell you he will do it." "He may, but I will go and help him." "To be sure you will. I reckoned upon you and still further believe that when we are once at Toulon, you will not let him depart alone." "Oh," said Athos, shaking his head. "Patience, patience. Monseigneur, permit us to take our leave." "Be gone then, and may my good luck attend you." "Adieu, Monseigneur, and may your own good luck attend you likewise." "Here is an expedition admirably commenced," said Athos to his son. "No provisions, no store, flotilla. What can be done thus?" Murmured Raoul. "If all are going to do as I am, provisions will not be wanted." "Monsieur," replied Athos sternly, "do not be unjust and senseless in your egotism or your grief, whichever you please to call it. If you set out for this war solely with the intention of getting killed therein, you stand in need of nobody, and it was scarcely worthwhile to recommend you to M. de Beaufort. But when you have been introduced to the prime commandant, when you have accepted the responsibility of a post in his army, the question is no longer about you, but about all those poor soldiers who, as well as you, have hearts and bodies, who will weep for their country and endure all the necessities of their condition. Remember, Raoul, that officers are ministers as useful to the world as priests, and they ought to have more charity." "Monsieur, I know it, and I have practiced it. I would have continued to do so still, but—" "You forget also that you are of a country that is proud of its military glory. Go and die if you like, but do not die without honor and without advantage to France. Cheer up, Raoul. Do not let my words grieve you. I love you and wish to see you perfect." "I love your reproaches, monsieur," said the young man mildly. "They alone may cure me, because they prove to me that someone loves me still." "And now, Raoul, let us be off. The weather is so fine, the heavens so clear, those heavens which will always find above our head, which you will see more clear still at Jigili, and which will speak to you of me there, as they speak to me here of God." The two gentlemen, having agreed on this point, talked over the wild freaks of the Duke, convinced that France would be served in a very incomplete manner as regarded both spirit and practice in the ensuing expedition, and having summed up the ducal policy under the one word vanity, they set forward, in obedience rather to their will than destiny. The sacrifice was half accomplished. Chapter 31. The Silver Dish. The journey passed off pretty well. Athos and his son traversed France at the rate of 15 leagues per day, sometimes more, sometimes less, according to the intensity of Raoul's grief. It took them a fortnight to reach Toulon, and they lost all traces of D'Artagnan at Antibes. They were forced to believe that the captain of the musketeers was desirous of preserving an incognito on his route, for Athos derived from his inquiries an assurance that such a cavalier as he described had exchanged his horse for a well-closed carriage on quitting Avignon. Raoul was much affected at not meeting with D'Artagnan. His affectionate heart longed to take a farewell, and received consolation from that heart of steel. Athos knew from experience that D'Artagnan, became impenetrable when engaged in any serious affair. Whether on his own account or on the service of the king, he even feared to offend his friend or thwart him by too pressing inquiries. And yet, when Raoul commenced his labour of classing the flotilla and got together the chalands and lighters to send them to Toulon, one of the fishermen told the Comte that his boat had been laid up to refit since a trip he had made on account of a gentleman who was in great haste to embark. Athos, believing that this man was telling a falsehood in order to be left at liberty to fish, and so gain more money when all his companions were gone, insisted upon having all the details. The fisherman informed him that 6 days previously a man had come in the night to hire his boat for the purpose of visiting the island of Saint Honorat. The price was agreed upon, but the gentleman had arrived with an immense carriage case, which he insisted upon embarking in spite of the many difficulties that opposed the operation. The fisherman wished to retract. He had even threatened, but his threats had procured him nothing but a shower of blows from the gentleman's cane, which fell upon his shoulders sharp and long. Swearing and grumbling, he had recourse to the syndic of his brotherhood at Antibes, who administer justice among themselves and protect each other. But the gentleman had exhibited a certain paper, at sight of which the syndic, bowing to the very ground, enjoined obedience from the fisherman, and abused him for having been refractory. Then they departed with the freight. "But all this does not tell us," said Athos, "how you injured your boat." "This is the way. I was steering towards Saint Honorat, as the gentleman desired me, but he changed his mind and pretended that I could not pass to the south of the abbey." "And why not?" "Because, monsieur, there is a font of the square tower of the Benedictines toward the southern point, the bank of the Moines." "Au rock," said Athos. "Level with water, but below water, a dangerous passage, yet one I have cleared 1,000 times. The gentleman required me to land at Sainte Marguerite's." "Well?" "Well, monsieur," cried the fisherman, with his provincial accent, "the man is a sailor, is he not? He knows his course, or he is nothing but a freshwater lubber. I was obstinate and wished to try the channel. The gentleman took me by the collar and told me quietly he would strangle me. My mate armed himself with a hatchet, and so did I. We had the affront of the night before to pay him out for it. But the gentleman drew his sword and used it in such an astonishingly rapid manner that we neither of us could get near him. I was about to hurl my hatchet at his head, and I had a right to do so, hadn't I, monsieur? For a sailor aboard is a master as a citizen is in his chamber. I was going then, in self-defense, to cut the gentleman in two, when, all at once, believe me or not, monsieur, the great carriage case opened of itself. I don't know how, and there came out of it a sort of phantom, his head covered with a black helmet and a black mask, something terrible to look upon, which came towards me, threatening with its fist. And that was Athos? That was the devil, monsieur, for the gentleman with great glee cried out on seeing him. Ah, thank you, monseigneur. A most strange story, murmured the Comte, looking at Raoul. "And what did you do?" asked the latter of the fisherman. "You must know, monsieur, that two poor men such as we are could be no match for two gentlemen. But when one of them turned out to be the devil, we had no earthly chance. My companion and I did not stop to consult one another. We made but one jump into the sea, for we were within 700 or 800 feet of the shore. Well, and then? Why, and then, Monseigneur, as there was a little wind from the southwest, the boat drifted onto the sands of Sainte Marguerite's. Oh, but the travellers? Bah, you need not be uneasy about them. It was pretty plain that one was the devil and protected the other, for when we recovered the boat, after she got afloat again, instead of finding these two creatures injured by the shock, we found nothing. Not even the carriage or the case. Very strange, repeated the Comte. But after that, what did you do, my friend? I made my complaint to the governor of Sainte Marguerite, who brought my finger under my nose by telling me if I plagued him with such silly stories, he would have me flogged. What, did the governor himself say so? Yes, monsieur. And yet my boat was injured, seriously injured, by the prow is left upon the point of Sainte Marguerite, and the carpenters ask 120 livres to repair it. Very well, replied Raoul. You will be exempted from the service. Go. We will go to Sainte Marguerite, shall we? Said the Comte to Bragelonne, as the man walked away. Yes, monsieur, for there is something to be cleared up. That man does not seem to have told the truth. Nor to me either, Raoul. The story of the masked man and the carriage having disappeared may be told to conceal some violence these fellows have committed upon their passengers in the open sea to punish him for his persistence in embarking. I formed the same suspicion the carriage was more likely to contain property than a man. We shall see to that, Raoul. The gentleman very much resembles D'Artagnan. I recognize his methods of proceeding. Alas, we are no longer the young invincibles of former days. Who knows whether the hatchet at the iron bar of the miserable coaster has not succeeded in doing that which the best blades of Europe, balls and bullets, have not been able to do in 40 years. The same day they set out for Sainte Marguerite's. On board a chasse-marée, come from Toulon under orders. The impression they experienced on landing was a singularly pleasing one. The island seemed loaded with flowers and fruits. In its cultivated part, it served as a garden for the governor. Orange, pomegranate, and fig trees bent beneath the weight of their golden or purple fruits. All round this garden, in the uncultivated parts, red partridges ran about in conveys among the brambles and tufts of junipers, and at every step of the Comte and Royal, a terrified rabbit quitted his thyme and heath to scuttle away to the burrow. In fact, this fortunate isle was uninhabited, flat, offering nothing but a tiny bay for the convenience of embarkation, and under the protection of the governor, who went shares with them. Smugglers made use of it as a provisional entrepot, at the expense of not killing the game or devastating the garden. With this compromise, the governor was in a situation to be satisfied with a garrison of 8 men to guard his fortress, in which 12 cannons accumulated coats of mouldy green. The governor was a sort of happy farmer, harvesting wines, figs, oils, and oranges, preserving his citrons and cedrettes in the sun of his casements. The fortress, encircled by a deep ditch, its only guardian arose like 3 heads upon turrets connected with each other by terraces covered with moss. Athos and Raoul wandered for some time round the fences of the garden, without finding anyone to introduce them to the governor. They ended by making their own way into the garden. It was at the hottest time of the day. Each living thing sought its shelter under grass or stone. The heavens spread their fiery veils as if to stifle all noises, to envelope all existences. The rabbit under the broom, the fly under the leaf, slept as the wave did beneath the heavens. Athos saw nothing living but a soldier upon the terrace beneath the second and third court, who was carrying a basket of provisions on his head. This man returned almost immediately without his basket and disappeared in the shade of his sentry box. Athos supposed he must have been carrying dinner to someone. They heard someone call out, and raising their heads, perceived in the frame of the bars of the window something of a white colour, like a hand that was waved backwards and forwards, something shining, like a polished weapon, struck by the rays of the sun. And before they were able to ascertain what it was, a luminous train accompanied by a hissing sound in the air called their attention from the donjon to the ground. A second dull noise was heard from the ditch, and Raoul ran to pick up a silver plate which was rolling along the dry sand. The hand that had thrown this plate made a sign to the two gentlemen, and then disappeared. Athos and Raoul, approaching each other, commenced an attentive examination of the dusty plate, and they discovered, in characters traced upon the bottom of it with the point of a knife, this inscription: "I am the brother of the King of France, a prisoner today, a madman tomorrow. French gentlemen and Christians, pray to God for the soul and the reason of the son of your old rulers." The plate fell from the hands of Athos, while Raoul was endeavouring to make out the meaning of these dismal words. At the same moment, they heard a cry from the top of the donjon. Quick as lightning, Raoul bent down his head and forced down that of his father likewise. A musket barrel glittered from the crest of the wall. A white smoke floated like a plume from the mouth of the musket, and a ball was flattened against a stone within 6 inches of the two gentlemen. "Cordeaux!" cried Athos. "What, are people assassinated here? Come down, cowards as you are!" "Yes, come down!" cried Raoul, furiously shaking his fist at the castle. One of the assailants, he who was about to fire, replied to these cries by an exclamation of surprise, and, as his companion, who wished to continue the attack, had re-seized his loaded musket, he who had cried out threw up the weapon, and the ball flew into the air. Athos and Raoul, seeing them disappear from the platform, expected they would come down to them, and waited with a firm demeanour. 5 minutes had not elapsed, when a stroke upon a drum called the 8 soldiers of the garrison to arms, and they showed themselves on the other side of the ditch with their muskets in hand. At the head of these men was an officer whom Athos and Raoul recognized as the one who had fired the first musket. The man ordered the soldiers to "make ready." "We are going to be shot," cried Raoul. "But, sword in hand, at least, let us leap the ditch. We shall kill at least 2 of these scoundrels with their muskets are empty." And, suiting the action to the word, Raoul was springing forward, followed by Athos, when a well-known voice resounded behind them. "Athos! Raoul! D'Artagnan!" replied the 2 gentlemen. "Recover arms, Mordaunt!" cried the captain to the soldiers. I was sure I could not be mistaken. "What is the meaning of this?" asked Athos. "What? Were we to be shot without warning?" "It was I who was going to shoot you, and if the governor missed you, I should not have missed you, my dear friends. How fortunate it is that I am accustomed to take a long aim instead of firing at the instant I raise my weapon. I thought I recognized you. Ah, my dear friends, how fortunate!" And D'Artagnan wiped his brow, for he had run fast, and emotion with him was not feigned. "Oh," said Athos, "and is this gentleman who fired at us the governor of the fortress?" "In person." "And why did he fire at us? What have we done to him? Pardon. You received what the prisoner threw to you? That is true. That plate, the prisoner has written something on it, has he not? Yes. Good heavens. I was afraid he had. And D'Artagnan, with all the marks of mortal disquietude, seized the plate to read the inscription. When he had read it, a fearful pallor spread across his countenance. Oh, good heavens, repeated he. Silence. Here is the governor. And what will he do to us? Is it our fault? It is true, then, said Athos, in a subdued voice. It is true. Silence, I tell you. Silence. If he only believes you can read, if he only suspects you have understood, I love you, my dear friends. I would willingly be killed for you, but, said Athos and Raoul, but I could not save you from perpetual imprisonment if I saved you from death. Silence, then. Silence again. The governor came up, having crossed the ditch upon a plank bridge. Well, said he to D'Artagnan, what stops us? You are Spaniards, you do not understand a word of French, said the captain eagerly to his friends in a low voice. Well, replied he, addressing the governor, I was right. These gentlemen are two Spanish captains with whom I was acquainted at Ypres last year. They do not know a word of French. Ah, said the governor sharply, and yet they were trying to read the inscription on the plate. D'Artagnan took it out of his hands, effacing the characters with the point of his sword. Oh, cried the governor, what are you doing? I cannot read them now. It is a state secret, replied D'Artagnan bluntly. And as you know that, according to the king's orders, it is under the penalty of death anyone should penetrate it. I will, if you like, allow you to read it and have you shot immediately afterwards. During this apostrophe, half serious, half ironical, Athos and Raoul preserved the coolest, most unconcerned silence. But it is possible, said the governor, that these gentlemen do not comprehend at least some words. Suppose they do? If they do understand a few spoken words, it does not follow that they should understand what it is written. They cannot even read Spanish. A noble Spaniard, remember, ought never to know how to read. The governor was obliged to be satisfied with these explanations, but he was still tenacious. Invite these gentlemen to come to the fortress, said he. That I will willingly do. I was about to propose it to you. The fact is, the captain had quite another idea, and would have wished his friends 100 leagues off. But he was obliged to make the best of it. He addressed the two gentlemen in Spanish, giving them a polite invitation, which they accepted. They all turned towards the entrance of the fort, and, the incident being at an end, the 8 soldiers returned to their delightful leisure, for a moment disturbed by this unexpected adventure. Chapter 32. Captive and Jailers. When they had entered the fort, and whilst the governor was making some preparations for the reception of his guests, "Come," said Athos, "let us have a word of explanation whilst we are alone." "It is simply this," replied the musketeer. "I have conducted hither a prisoner whom the king commands shall not be seen. You came here, he was thrown something to you through the lattice of his window. I was at dinner with the governor. I saw the object thrown, and I saw Raoul pick it up. It does not take long to understand this. I understood it, and I thought you in intelligence with my prisoner, and then you commanded us to be shot? Ma foi, I admit it, but if I was the first to seize a musket, fortunately, I was the last to take aim at you. If you had killed me, D'Artagnan, I should have had the good fortune to die for the royal house of France, and it would be an honor to die by your hand. You, its noblest and most loyal defender." "What the devil, Athos, do you mean by the royal house?" stammered D'Artagnan. You don't mean that you, a well-informed and sensible man, can place any faith in the nonsense written by an idiot? I do believe in it. With so much the more reason, my dear Chevalier, from your having orders to kill all those who believe in it, said Raoul. That is because, replied the captain of the musketeers, because every calumny, however absurd it may be, has the most certain chance of becoming popular. No, D'Artagnan, replied Athos promptly, but because the king is not willing that the secret of his family should transpire among the people and cover with shame the executioners of the son of Louis XIII. Do not talk in such a childish manner, Athos, or I shall begin to think that you have lost your senses. Besides, explain to me how it is possible Louis XIII should have a son in the Isle of Sainte Marguerite. A son whom you have not brought hither masked in a fishing boat, said Athos. Why not? D'Artagnan was brought to a pause. Oh, said he, whence do you know that a fishing boat? Brought to you to Sainte Marguerite's with the carriage containing the prisoner, with the prisoner whom you styled Monseigneur. Oh, I am acquainted with all of that, resumed the Comte. D'Artagnan bit his moustache. If it were true, said he, that I had brought hither in a boat and with a carriage a masked prisoner, nothing proves that this prisoner must be a prince of the house of France. Ask Aramis such riddles, replied Athos coolly. Aramis, cried the musketeer, quite at a stand. Have you seen Aramis? After his discomfiture at Vaux, yes, I have seen Aramis, a fugitive, pursued, bewildered, ruined, and Aramis has told me enough to make me believe in the complaints this unfortunate young prince cut upon the bottom of the plate. D'Artagnan's head sunk on his breast in some confusion. This is the way, said he, in which God turns to nothing that which men call wisdom. A fine secret must be that which 12 or 15 persons hold the tattered fragments. Athos, cursed be the chance which has brought you face to face with me in this affair, for now, well, said Athos with his customary mild severity, is your secret lost because I know it? Consult your memory, my friend. Have I not borne secrets heavier than this? You have never borne one so dangerous, replied D'Artagnan, in a tone of sadness. I have something like a sinister idea that all who are concerned with this secret will die, and die unhappily. The will of God be done, said Athos, but here is your governor. D'Artagnan and his friends immediately resumed their parts. The governor, suspicious and hard, behaved towards D'Artagnan with a politeness almost amounting to obsequiousness. With respect to the travellers, he contented himself with offering good cheer, and never taking his eye from them. Athos and Raoul observed that he often tried to embarrass them by sudden attacks, or to catch them off guard, but neither the one nor the other gave him the least advantage. What D'Artagnan had said was probable if the governor did not believe it to be quite true. They rose from the table to repose a while. What is this man's name? I don't like the looks of him, said Athos to D'Artagnan in Spanish. De Saint-Mars, replied the captain. He is then, I suppose, the prince's jailer? How can I tell? I may be kept at Sainte Marguerite forever. Oh, no, not you. My friend, I am in the situation of a man who finds a treasure in the midst of a desert. He would like to carry it away, but he cannot. He would like to leave it, but he dares not. The king will not dare to recall me, for no one else would serve him as faithfully as I do. He regrets not having me near him, from being aware that no one would be of so much service near his person as myself. but it will happen as it may please God." "But," observed Raoul, "you not being certain proves that your situation here is provisional, and you will return to Paris." "Ask these gentlemen," interrupted the governor, "what was their purpose in coming to Sainte Marguerite?" "They came from learning there was a convent of Benedictines at Saint Honorat, which is considered curious, and from being told there was excellent shooting on the island." "This is quite at their service as well as yours," replied Saint-Mars. D'Artagnan politely thanked him. "When will they depart?" added the governor. "Tomorrow," replied D'Artagnan. M. de Saint-Mars went to make his rounds, and left D'Artagnan alone with the pretended Spaniards. "Oh," exclaimed the musketeer, "here's a life and a society that suits me very little. I command this man, and he bores me. Mordieu! Come, let us have a shot or two at the rabbits. The walk will be beautiful and not fatiguing. The whole island is but a league and a half in length, with the breadth of a league, a real park. Let us try to amuse ourselves." "As you please, D'Artagnan, not for the sake of amusing ourselves, but to gain an opportunity to talk freely." D'Artagnan made a sign to a soldier, who brought the gentleman some guns, and then returned to the fort. "And now," said the musketeer, "answer me the question put to you by that black-looking Saint-Mars. What did you come to do at the Leron Isles?" "To bid you farewell." "Bid me farewell? What do you mean by that? Is Raoul going anywhere?" "Yes." "Then I will lay a wager it is with M. de Beaufort." "With M. de Beaufort it is, my dear friend. You always guess correctly." From a bit. Whilst the two friends were commencing their conversation, Raoul, with his head hanging down and his heart oppressed, seated himself on a mossy rock, his gun across his knees, looking at the sea, looking at the heavens, and listening to the voice of his soul. He allowed the sportsman to attain a considerable distance from him. D'Artagnan remarked his absence. "He has not recovered the blow," said he to Athos. "He is struck to death." "Oh, your fears exaggerate, I hope. Raoul is of a tempered nature. Around all hearts as noble as his there is a second envelope that forms a cuirass. The first bleeds, the second resists." "No," replied Athos. "Raoul will die of it." "Mordieu!" said D'Artagnan in a melancholy tone. And he did not add a word to this exclamation. Then, a minute after, "Why do you let him go?" "Because he insists on going." "And why do you not go with him?" "Because I could not bear to see him die." D'Artagnan looked his friend earnestly in the face. "You know one thing," continued the Comte, leaning upon the arm of the captain. "You know that in the course of my life I have been afraid of but few things. Well, I have an insistent, gnawing, insurmountable fear that an hour will come in which I shall hold the dead body of that boy in my arms." "Oh," murmured D'Artagnan, "oh." "He will die, I know. I have a perfect conviction of that, but I would not see him die." "How is this, Athos? You come and place yourself in the presence of the bravest man you say you have ever seen, of your own D'Artagnan, of that man without an equal, as you formerly called him, and you come and tell him, with your arms folded, that you are afraid of witnessing the death of your son. You have seen all that can be seen in this world. Why have you this fear, Athos? Man upon this earth must expect everything, and ought to face everything. Listen to me, my friend. After having worn myself out upon this earth of which you speak, I have preserved but two religions, that of life, friendship, my duty as a father, that of eternity, love and respect for God. Now I have within me the revelation that if God should decree that my friend or my son should render up his last sigh, in my presence? Oh, no, I cannot even tell you, D'Artagnan. Speak, speak, tell me. I am strong against everything except the death of those I love. For that only there is no remedy. He who dies gains, he who sees others die loses. No, this is it, to know that I should no more meet on earth him who I now behold with joy, to know that there would be nowhere with a D'Artagnan any more, nowhere again be a Raoul. Oh, I am old. Look you, I have no longer courage. I pray God to spare me in my weaknesses, but if he struck me so plainly and in that fashion, I should curse him again. Christian gentleman ought not to curse his God. D'Artagnan, it is enough to have once cursed a king. Sighed D'Artagnan, a little confused by this violent tempest of grief. Let me speak to him, Athos. Who knows? Try if you please, but I am convinced you will not succeed. I will not attempt to console him. I will serve him. You will? Doubtless I will. Do you think this would be the first time a woman has repented of an infidelity? I will go to him, I tell you. Athos shook his head and continued his walk alone. D'Artagnan, cutting across the brambles, rejoined Raoul and held out his hand to him. Well, Raoul, you have something to say to me? I have a kindness to ask of you, replied Bragelonne. Ask it then. You will some day return to France? I hope so. Ought I to write to Mademoiselle de la Valliere? No, you must not. But I have many things to say to her. Go and say them to her then. Never. Pray, what virtue do you attribute to a letter which your speech might not possess? Perhaps you are right. She loves the king, said D'Artagnan bluntly, and she is an honest girl. Raoul started. And you, she abandons, she perhaps loves better than she does the king, but after another fashion. D'Artagnan, do you believe she loves the king? To idolatry. Her heart is inaccessible to any other feeling. You might continue to live near her and would be her best friend. Ah, exclaimed Raoul with a passionate burst of repugnance at such a hideous hope. Will you do so? It would be base. That is a very absurd word, which would lead me to think slightly of your understanding. Please to understand, Raoul, that it is never base to do that which is imposed upon us by your superior force. If your heart says to you, go there or die, why go, Raoul? Was she brave or brave, she whom you loved, in preferring the king to you, the king whom her heart commanded her imperiously to prefer to you? No, she was the bravest of women. Do then as she has done. Oblige yourself. Do you know one thing of which I am sure, Raoul? What is that? Why, that by seeing her closely with the eyes of a jealous man, well, you would cease to love her. Then I am decided, my dear D'Artagnan. To set off, to see her again? No, to set off that I may never see her again. I wish to love her forever. I must confess, replied the musketeer, that is a conclusion which I was far from expecting. That is what I wish, my friend. You will see her again, and you will give her a letter which, if you think proper, will explain to her, as to yourself, what is passing in my heart. Read it. I drew it up last night. Something told me I should see you today. He held out the letter, and D'Artagnan read. Mademoiselle, you are not wrong in my eyes. In not loving me, you have only been guilty of one fault towards me, that of having left me to believe you loved me. This error will cost me my life. I pardon you, but I cannot pardon myself. It is said that happy lovers are deaf to the sorrows of rejected lovers. It will not be so with you, who did not love me save with anxiety. I am sure that if I had persisted in endeavouring to change that friendship into love, you would have yielded out of a fear of bringing about my death or lessening the esteem I had for you. It is much more delightful to me to die, knowing that you are free and satisfied. How much then will you love me, when you will no longer fear either my presence or reproaches? You will love me because, however charming a new life may appear to you, God has not made me in anything inferior to him you have chosen, and because my devotedness, my sacrifice, and my painful end will assure me in your eyes a certain superiority over him, I have allowed to escape in the candid credulity of my heart the treasure I possessed. Many people tell me that you loved me enough to lead me to hope you would have loved me much. That idea takes from my mind all bitterness and leads me only to blame myself. You will accept this last farewell, and you will bless me for having taken refuge in the inviolable asylum where hatred is extinguished and where all love endures forever. Adieu, mademoiselle. If your happiness could be purchased by the last drop of my blood, I would shed that drop. I willingly make the sacrifice of it to my misery. Raoul, Vicomte de Bragelonne. The letter reads very well, said the captain. I have only one fault to find with it. Tell me what that is, said Raoul. Why, it is that it tells everything except the thing which exhales like a mortal poison from your eyes and from your heart, except the senseless love which still consumes you. Raoul grew paler, but remained silent. Why did you not write simply these words? Mademoiselle, instead of cursing you, I love you, and I die. That is true, exclaimed Raoul, with a sinister kind of joy. And, tearing the letter he had just taken back, he wrote the following words upon a leaf of his tablets. To procure the happiness of once more telling you, I love you, I commit the baseness of writing to you, and to punish myself for this baseness, I die. And he signed it. You will give her these tablets, Captain, will you not? When? Asked the latter. On the day, said Bragelonne, pointing to the last sentence, on the day when you can place a date under these words. And he sprang away quickly to join Athos, who was returning with slow steps. As they re-entered the fort, the sea rose with that rapid, gusty vehemence which characterizes the Mediterranean. The ill humour of the element became a tempest. Something shapeless and tossed about violently by the waves appeared just off the coast. What is that? Said Athos. A wrecked boat? No, it is not a boat, said D'Artagnan. Pardon me, said Raoul. There is a bark gaining the port rapidly. Yes, there is a bark in the creek which is prudently seeking shelter here. But that which Athos points to in the sand is not a boat at all. It has run aground. Yes, I see it. It is the carriage which I threw into the sea after landing the prisoner. Well, said Athos, if you take my advice, D'Artagnan, you will burn that carriage in order that no vestige of it may remain, without which the fishermen of Antibes, who have believed they had to do with the devil, will endeavour to prove that your prisoner was but a man. Your advice is good, Athos, and I will this night have carried it out, or rather I will carry it out myself, but let us go in, for the rain falls heavily, and the lightning is terrific. As they were passing over the ramparts to a gallery of which D'Artagnan had the key, they saw M. de Saint-Mars directing his steps towards the chamber inhabited by the prisoner. Upon a sign from D'Artagnan, they concealed themselves in an angle of staircase. What is it? Said Athos. You will see. Look, the prisoner is returning from chapel. And they saw by the red flashes of lightning against the violet fog, which the wind stamped upon the bank sky. They saw pass gravely at 6 paces behind the governor, a man clothed in black and masked by a visor of polished steel, soldiered to a helmet of the same nature, which altogether enveloped the whole of his head. The fire of the heavens cast red reflections on the polished surface, and these reflections, flying off capriciously, seemed to be angry looks launched by the unfortunate instead of imprecations. In the middle of the gallery, the prisoner stopped for a moment to contemplate the infinite horizon, to respire the sulphurous perfumes of the tempest, to drink in thirstily the hot rain, and to breathe a sigh resembling a smothered groan. "Come on, monsieur," said Saint-Mars sharply to the prisoner, for he already became uneasy at seeing him look so long beyond the walls. "Monsieur, come on!" "C'est monseigneur," cried Athos from his corner, with a voice so solemn and terrible that the governor trembled from head to foot. Athos insisted upon respect being paid to fallen majesty. The prisoner turned round. "Who spoke?" asked Saint-Mars. "It was I," replied D'Artagnan, showing himself promptly. "You know that is the order." "Call me neither monseigneur nor monsieur," said the prisoner in his turn, in a voice that penetrated to the very soul of Raoul. "Call me accursed." He passed on, and the iron door croaked after him. "There goes a truly unfortunate man," murmured the musketeer in a hollow whisper, pointing out to Raoul the chamber inhabited by the prince. Chapter 33. Promises. Scarcely had D'Artagnan re-entered his apartment with his two friends when one of the soldiers of the fort came to inform him that the governor was seeking him. The bark which Raoul had perceived at sea, and which appeared so eager to gain the port, came to Sainte Marguerite with an important dispatch for the captain of the musketeers. On opening it, D'Artagnan recognized the writing of the king. "I should think," said Louis XIV, "you will have completed the execution of my orders, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Return then immediately to Paris and join me at the Louvre." "There's the end of my exile," cried the musketeer with joy. "God be praised, I am no longer a jailer." And he showed the letter to Athos. "So, then you must leave us," replied the latter, in a melancholy tone. "Yes, but to meet again, my dear friend, seeing that Raoul is old enough now to go alone with M. de Beaufort, and will prefer his father going back in company with M. d'Artagnan, to forcing him to travel 200 leagues solitary to reach home at La Fère. Will you not, Raoul?" "Certainly," stammered the latter, with an expression of tender regret. "No, no, my friend," interrupted Athos. "I will never quit Raoul till the day his vessel disappears on the horizon. As long as he remains in France, he shall not be separated from me." "As you please, my dear friend, but we will at least leave Sainte Marguerite together. Take advantage of the bark that will convey me back to Antibes." "With all my heart, we cannot too soon be at a distance from this fort and from the spectacle that shocked us so just now." The three friends quitted the little isle after paying their respects to the governor, and by the last flashes of the departing tempest, they took their farewell of the white walls of the fort. D'Artagnan parted from his friend that same night, after having seen fire set to the carriage upon the shore by the orders of Saint-Mars, according to the advice the captain had given him. Before getting on horseback, and after leaving the arms of Athos, "My friends," said he, "you bear too much resemblance to two soldiers who are abandoning their post. Something warns me that Raoul will be required to support you in his rank. Will you allow me to ask permission to go over into Africa with 100 good muskets? The king will not refuse me, and I will take you with me." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," replied Raoul, pressing his hand with emotion, "thanks for that offer. which would give us more than we wish, either Monsieur le Comte or I, who am young, stand in need of labour of mind and fatigue of body. Monsieur le Comte wants the profondest repose. You are his best friend. I recommend him to your care. In watching over him, you are holding both our souls in your hands. I must go. My horse is all in a fret, said D'Artagnan, with whom the most manifest sign of a lively emotion was the change of ideas in conversation. Come, Comte, how many days longer has Raoul to stay here? 3 days at most. And how long will it take you to reach home? Oh, a considerable time, replied Athos. I shall not like the idea of being separated too quickly from Raoul. Time will travel too fast of itself to require me to aid it by distance. I shall only make half stages. And why so, my friend? Nothing is more dull than travelling slowly, and hostelry life does not become a man like you. My friend, I came hither on post horses, but I wish to purchase 2 animals of a superior kind. Now, to take them home fresh, it would not be prudent to make them travel more than 7 or 8 leagues a day. Where is Gramont? He arrived yesterday, with Raoul's appointments, and I have left him to sleep. That is never to come back again. D'Artagnan suffered to escape him. Till we meet again, then, dear Athos, and if you are diligent, I shall embrace you the sooner. So saying, he put his foot in the stirrup which Raoul held. Farewell, said the young man, embracing him. Farewell, said D'Artagnan, as he got into his saddle. His horse made a movement which divided the cavalier from his friends. This scene had taken place in front of the house chosen by Athos near the gates of Antibes, whither D'Artagnan, after his supper, had ordered his horses to be brought. The road began to branch off there, white and undulating in the vapours of the night. The horse eagerly respired the salt, sharp perfume of the marshes. D'Artagnan put him to a trot, and Athos and Raoul sadly turned towards the house. All at once they heard the rapid approach of a horse's steps, and first believed it to be one of those singular repercussions which deceive the ear at every turn in a road. But it was really the return of the horsemen. They uttered a cry of joyous surprise, and the captain, springing to the ground like a young man, seized within his arms the 2 beloved heads of Athos and Raoul. He held them long embraced thus, without speaking a word, or suffering the sigh which was bursting his breast to escape him. Then, as rapidly he had come back, he set off again, with a sharp application of his spurs to the sides of his fiery horse. Alas, said the Comte in a low voice, alas, alas. An evil omen on his side, said D'Artagnan to himself, making up for lost time. I could not smile upon them. An evil omen. The next day, Grimaud was on foot again. The service, commanded by M. de Beaufort, was happily accomplished. The flotilla, sent to Toulon by the exertions of Raoul, had set out, dragging after it in little nutshells, almost invisible, the wives and friends of the fishermen, and smugglers put in requisition for the service of the fleet. The time, so short, which remained for father and son to live together, appeared to go by with double rapidity, like some swift stream that flows towards eternity. Athos and Raoul returned to Toulon, which began to be filled with the noise of carriages, with the noise of arms, the noise of neighing horses. The trumpeters sounded their spirited marches, the drummers signalled their strength. The streets were overflowing with soldiers, servants, and tradespeople. The Duc de Beaufort was everywhere, superintending the embarkation with the zeal and interest of a good captain. He encouraged the humblest of his companions. He scolded his lieutenants, even those of the highest rank. Artillery, provisions, baggage, he insisted upon seeing himself. He examined the equipment of every soldier, assured himself of the health and soundness of every horse. It was plain that, light, boastful, egotistical in his hotel, the gentleman became the soldier again, the high noble, a captain in face of the responsibility he had accepted. And yet, it must be admitted that, whatever was the care with which he presided over the preparations for departure, it was easy to perceive careless precipitation, and the absence of all the precaution that makes the French soldier the first soldier in the world, because in that world he is the one most abandoned to his own physical and moral resources. All things having satisfied, or appearing to have satisfied, the Admiral, he paid his compliments to Raoul, and gave the last orders for sailing, which was ordered the next morning at daybreak. He invited the Comte and his son to dine with him, but they, under a pretext of service, kept themselves apart. Gaining their hostelry situated under the trees of the great place, they took their repast in haste, and Athos led Raoul to the rocks which dominate the city, vast grey mountains, whence the view is infinite and embraces a liquid horizon which appears so remote. Is it on a level with the rocks themselves? The night was fine, as it always is in these happy climes. The moon, rising behind the rocks, unrolled a silver sheet on the crinoline carpet of the sea. In the roadsteads manoeuvred silently the vessels which had just taken their rank to facilitate the embarkation. The sea, loaded with phosphoric light, opened beneath the hulls of the barks that transported the baggage and munitions. Every dip of the prow ploughed up this gulf of white flames. From every oar dropped liquid diamonds. The sailors, rejoicing in the largesse of the Admiral, were heard murmuring their slow and artless songs. Sometimes the grindings of the chains were mixed with the dull noises of shot falling into the holds. Such harmonies, such a spectacle, oppress the heart like fear and dilate it like hope. All this life speaks of death. Athos had seated himself with his son upon the moss among the brambles of the promontory. Around their heads passed and repassed large bats carried along by the fearful whirl of their blind chase. The feet of Raoul were over the edge of the cliff, bathed in that void which is peopled by vertigo and provokes to self-annihilation. When the moon had risen to its fullest height, caressing with light the neighbouring peaks, when the watery mirror was illumined in its full extent, and the little red fires had made their openings in the black masses of every ship, Athos, collecting all his ideas and all his courage, said, "God has made all these things that we see, Raoul. He has made us also. Poor atoms mixed up with this monstrous universe. We shine like those fires and those stars. We sigh like those waves. We suffer like those great ships which are worn out in ploughing the waves, in obeying the wind that urges them towards an end, as the breath of God blows us towards a port. Everything likes to live, Raoul, and everything seems beautiful to living things." "Monsieur," said Raoul, "we have before us a beautiful spectacle." "How good D'Artagnan is," interrupted Athos suddenly, "and what a rare good fortune it is to be supported during a whole life by such a friend as he is. That is what you have missed, Raoul." "A friend?" cried Raoul. I have wanted a friend. M. de Guiche is an agreeable companion, resumed the Comte coldly. But I believe in the times in which you live, men are more engaged in their own interests and their own pleasures than they were in ours. You have sought a secluded life. That is a great happiness, but you have lost your strength thereby. We four, more weaned from those delicate abstractions that constitute your joy, furnished much more resistance when misfortune presented itself. I have not interrupted you, monsieur, to tell you that I have a friend, and that friend is M. de Guiche. Certes, he is good and generous, and moreover, he loves me. But I have lived under the guardianship of another friendship, monsieur, as precious and as strong as that of which you speak, since it is yours. I have not been a friend for you, Raoul, said Athos. Monsieur? And in what respect not? Because I have given you reason to think that life has but one face, because sad and severe, alas, I have always cut off for you, without, God knows, wishing to do so, the joyous buds that spring incessantly from the fair tree of youth, so that at this moment I repent of not having made of you a more expansive, dissipated, animated man. I know why you say that, monsieur. No, it is not you who have made me what I am. It was love, which took me at the time when children only have inclinations. It is the constancy natural to my character, with which other creatures is but habit. I believed that I should always be as I was. I thought God had cast me in a path quite clear, quite straight, bordered with fruits and flowers. I had ever watched over me your vigilance and strength. I believed myself to be vigilant and strong. Nothing prepared me. I fell once, and that once deprived me of courage for the whole of my life. It is quite true that I wrecked myself. Oh, no, monsieur. You are nothing in my past but happiness, in my future but hope. No, I have no reproach to make against life such as you made it for me. I bless you, and I love you ardently. My dear Raoul, your words do me good. They prove to me that you will act a little for me in the time to come. I shall only act for you, monsieur. Raoul, what I have never hitherto done with respect to you, I will henceforth do. I will be your friend, not your father. We will live in expanding ourselves instead of living and holding ourselves prisoners when you come back, and that will be soon, will it not? Certainly, monsieur, for such an expedition cannot last long. Soon then, Raoul. Soon, instead of living moderately on my income, I will give you the capital of my estates. It will suffice me for launching you into the world till my death, and you will give me, I hope, before that time, the consolation of not seeing my race extinct. I will do all you may command, said Raoul, much agitated. It is not necessary, Raoul, that your duty as aide-de-camp should lead you into too hazardous enterprises. You have gone through your ordeal. You are known to be a true man under fire. Remember that war with the Arabs is a war of snares, ambuscades, and assassinations. So it is said, monsieur. There is never much glory in falling in an ambuscade. It is a death which always implies a little rashness or want of foresight. Often, indeed, he who falls in one meets with but little pity. Those who are not pitied, Raoul, have died to this little purpose. Still, further, the conqueror laughs, and we Frenchmen ought not to allow stupid infidels to triumph over our faults. Do you clearly understand what I am saying to you, Raoul? God forbid I should encourage you to avoid encounters. I am naturally prudent, monsieur, and I have very good fortune, said Raoul, with a smile which chilled the heart of his poor father, for, the young man hastened to add, in 20 combats through which I have been, I have only received one scratch. There is, in addition, said Athos, the climate to be dreaded. That is an ugly end to die of fever. King Saint Louis prayed God to send him an arrow or the plague rather than the fever. Oh, monsieur, with sobriety, with reasonable exercise. I have already obtained from M. de Beaufort a promise that his dispatches shall be sent off every fortnight to France. You, as his aide-de-camp, will be charged with expediting them and will be sure not to forget me. No, monsieur, said Raoul, almost choked with emotion. Besides, Raoul, as you are a good Christian, and I am one also, we ought to reckon upon a more special protection of God and his guardian angels. Promise me that if anything evil should happen to you on any occasion, you will think of me at once. First and at once. Oh, yes, monsieur. And you will call upon me? Instantly. You dream of me sometimes, do you not, Raoul? Every night, monsieur. During my early youth, I saw you in my dreams, calm and mild, with one hand stretched out over my head, and that it was that which made me sleep so soundly. Formerly, we love each other too dearly, said the Comte, that from this moment in which we separate, a portion of both our souls should not travel with one and the other of us, and should not dwell wherever we may dwell. Wherever you may be sad, Raoul, I feel that in my heart will be dissolved in sadness, and when you smile on thinking of me, be assured you will send me from however remote a distance a vital scintillation of your joy. I will not promise you to be joyous, replied the young man, but you may be certain that I will never pass an hour without thinking of you. Not 1 hour, I swear, unless I shall be dead. Athos could contain himself no longer. He threw his arms round the neck of his son and held him, embraced with all the power of his heart. The moon began to be now eclipsed by twilight, a golden band surrounding the horizon, announcing the approach of day. Athos threw his cloak over the shoulders of Raoul and led him back to the city, where burdens and porters were already in motion, like a vast ant-hill. At the extremity of the plateau which Athos and Bragelonne were quitting, they saw a dark shadow moving uneasily backwards and forwards, as if in indecision or ashamed to be seen. It was Grimaud, who, in his anxiety, had tracked his master and was there awaiting him. "Oh, my good Grimaud," cried Raoul, "what do you want? You are come to tell me it is time to be gone, have you not?" "Alone?" said Grimaud, addressing Athos and pointing to Raoul in a tone of reproach, which showed to what an extent the old man was troubled. "Oh, you are right," cried the Comte. "No, Raoul shall not go alone. No, he shall not be left alone in a strange land without some friendly hand to support him, some friendly heart to recall to him all he loved." "I?" said Grimaud. "You, yes, you," cried Raoul, touched to the inmost heart. "Alas," said Athos, "you are very old, my good Grimaud." "So much the better," replied the latter, with an inexpressible depth of feeling and intelligence. "The embarkation is begun," said Raoul, "and you are not prepared." "Yes," said Grimaud, showing the keys of his trunks, mixed with those of his young master. "But," again objected Raoul, "you cannot leave Monsieur le Comte thus alone, Monsieur le Comte, whom you have never quitted." Grimaud turned his diamond eyes upon Athos and Raoul, as if to measure the strength of both. The Comte uttered not a word. "Monsieur le Comte prefers my going," said Grimaud. "I do," said Athos, by an inclination of the head. At that moment, the drums suddenly rolled, and the clarions filled the air with their inspiring notes. The regiments destined for their expedition began to debouch from the city. They advanced to the number of 5, each composed of 40 companies. Royals marched first, distinguished by their white uniform, faced with blue. The ordnance colours, quartered crosswise, violet and dead leaf, with a sprinkling of gold fleur-de-lis, left the white-coloured flag with its fleur-de-lis cross to dominate the whole. Musketeers at the wings, with their forked sticks and their muskets on their shoulders. Pikemen in the centre, with their lances, 14 feet in length, marched gaily towards the transports, which carried them in detail to the ships. The regiments of Picardy, Navarre, Normandy, and Royal Vassaux followed after. M. de Beaufort had known well how to select his troops. He himself was seen closing the march with his staff, and it would take a full hour before he could reach the sea. Raoul, with Athos, turned his steps slowly towards the beach in order to take his place when the prince embarked. Grimaud, boiling with the ardour of a young man, superintended the embarkation of Raoul's baggage in the admiral's vessel. Athos, with his arm passed through that of his son, he was about to lose, absorbed in melancholy meditation, was deaf to every noise around him. An officer came quickly towards them to inform Raoul that M. de Beaufort was anxious to have him by his side. "Have the kindness to tell the prince," said Raoul, "that I request he will allow me this hour to enjoy the company of my father." "No, no," said Athos. "An aide-de-camp ought not to thus quit his general. Please to tell the prince, monsieur, that the vicomte will join him immediately." The officer set off at a gallop. "Whether we part here or part there," added the comte, "it is no less a separation." He carefully brushed the dust from his son's coat and passed his hand over his hair as they walked along. "But Raoul," said he, "you want money. M. de Beaufort's train will be splendid, and I am certain it will be agreeable to you in purchasing of horses and arms, which are very dear things in Africa. Now, as you are not actually in the service of the king or M. de Beaufort, and are simply a volunteer, you must not reckon upon either pay or largesse. But I should not like you to want for anything at Gigli. Here are 200 pistoles. If you would please me, Raoul, spend them." Raoul pressed the hand of his father, and at the turning of a street they saw M. de Beaufort mounted on a magnificent white guinea, which responded by graceful curvets to the applause of the women of the city. The Duke called Raoul and held out his hand to the Comte. He spoke to him for some time, with such a kindly expression that the heart of the poor father even felt a little comforted. It was, however, evident to both father and son that their walk amounted to nothing less than a punishment. There was a terrible moment, that at which, on quitting the sands of the shore, the soldiers and the sailors exchanged the last kisses with their families and friends, a supreme moment in which, notwithstanding the clearness of the heavens, the warmth of the sun, or the perfumes of the air, and the rich life that was circulating in their veins, everything appeared black, everything bitter, everything created doubts of providence, nay, at the most, of God. It was customary for the admiral and his suite to embark last. The cannon waited to announce with its formidable voice that the leader had placed his foot on board his vessel. Athos, forgetful of both the admiral and the fleet, and of his own dignity as a strong man, opened his arms to his son and pressed him convulsively to his heart. "Accompany us on board," said the Duke, very much affected. "You will gain a good half an hour." "No," said Athos. "My farewell has been spoken. I do not wish to voice a second." "Then, Vicomte, embark quickly," added the prince, wishing to spare the tears of these two men, whose hearts were bursting. And paternally, tenderly, very much as Porthos might have done, he took Raoul in his arms and placed him in the boat, the oars of which at a signal immediately were dipped in the waves. He himself, forgetful of ceremony, jumped into his boat and pushed it off with a vigorous foot. "Adieu!" cried Raoul. Athos replied only by a sign, but he felt something burning on his hand. It was the respectful kiss of Grimaud, the last farewell of the faithful dog. This kiss given, Grimaud jumped from the step of the mole upon the stem of a two-oared yawl, which had just been taken in tow by Charland, served by 12 galley oars. Athos seated himself on the mole, stunned, deaf, abandoned. Every instant took from him one of the features, one of the shades of the pale face of his son. With his arms hanging down, his eyes fixed, his mouth open, he remained confounded with Raoul in one same look, in one same thought, in one same stupor. The sea, by degrees, carried away boats and faces to that distance at which men become nothing but points, love nothing but remembrances. Athos saw his son ascend the ladder of the admiral's ship. He saw him lean upon the rail of the deck, and place himself in such a manner as to be always an object in the eye of his father. In vain the cannon thundered. In vain from the ship sounded the long and lordly tumult, responded to by immense acclamations from the ashore. In vain did the noise deafen the ear of the father. The smoke obscured the cherished objection of his aspirations. Raoul appeared to him to the last moment, and the imperceptible atom, passing from black to pale, from pale to white, from white to nothing, disappeared for Athos, disappeared very long after. To all the eyes of the spectators had disappeared both gallant ships and swelling sails. Towards midday, when the sun devoured space and scarcely the tops of the masts dominated the incandescent limit of the sea, Athos perceived a soft aerial shadow rise and vanish as soon as seen. This was the smoke of a cannon, which M. de Beaufort ordered to be fired as a last salute to the coast of France. The point was buried in its turn beneath the sky, and Athos returned with slow and painful step to his deserted hostelry. Chapter 34. Among Women. D'Artagnan had not been able to hide his feelings from his friends so much as he would have wished. The stoical soldier, the impassive man-at-arms, overcome by fear and sad presentiments, had yielded for a few moments to human weakness. When, therefore, he had silenced his heart and calmed the agitation of his nerves, turning towards his lackey, a silent servant, always listening in order to obey more promptly. "Rabaud," said he, "mind, we must travel 30 leagues a day." "At your pleasure, Captain," replied Rabaud. And from that moment, D'Artagnan, accommodating his action to the pace of the horse, like a true centaur, gave up his thoughts to nothing, that is to say, to everything. He asked himself why the king had sent for him back, why the iron mask had thrown the silver plate at the feet of Raoul. As to the first subject, the reply was negative. He knew right well that the king's calling him was from necessity. He still further knew that Louis XIV must experience an imperious desire for a private conversation with one whom the possession of such a secret placed on a level with the highest powers of the kingdom. But as to saying exactly what the king's wish was, D'Artagnan found himself completely at a loss. The musketeer had no doubts either upon the reason which had urged the unfortunate Philippe to reveal his character and birth. Philippe, buried for ever beneath a mask of steel, exiled to a country where the men seemed little more than slaves of the elements. Philippe, deprived even of the society of D'Artagnan, who had loaded him with honours and delicate attentions, had nothing more to see than odious spectres in this world, and, despair beginning to devour him, he poured himself forth in complaints, in the belief that his revelations would raise up some avenger for him. The manner in which the musketeer had been near killing his two best friends, the destiny which had so strangely brought Athos to participate in the great state secret, the farewell of Raoul, the obscurity of the future which threatened to end in a melancholy death. All this threw D'Artagnan incessantly back on lamentable predictions and forebodings, which the rapidity of his pace did not dissipate, as it used formerly to do. D'Artagnan passed from these considerations to the remembrance of the proscribed Porthos and Aramis. He saw them both, fugitives, trapped, ruined, laborious architects of fortunes they had lost. And, as the king called for his man of execution in hours of vengeance and malice, D'Artagnan trembled at the very idea of receiving some commission that would make his very soul bleed. Sometimes, ascending hills, when the winded horse breathed hard from his red nostrils and heaved his flanks, the captain, left to more freedom of thought, reflected on the prodigious genius of Aramis, a genius of acumen and intrigue, a match to which the Fronde and the Civil War had produced but twice. Soldier, priest, diplomatist, gallant, avaricious cunning, Aramis had never taken the good things of this life except as stepping stones to rise to giddier ends. Generous in spirit, if not lofty in heart, he never did ill, but for the sake of shining even yet more brilliantly. Toward the end of his career, at the moment of reaching the goal, like the patrician Fuscus, he had made a false step upon a plank and had fallen into the sea. But Porthos, good, harmless Porthos. To see Porthos hungry, to see Mousqueton without gold lace, imprisoned perhaps, to see Pierrefonds, Bressot, razed to the very stones, dishonoured even to the timber. These were so many poignant griefs for D'Artagnan, and every time that one of these griefs struck him, he bounded like a horse at the sting of a gadfly beneath the vaults of foliage where he had sought shady shelter from the burning sun. Never was the man of spirit subjected to ennui. If his body was exposed to fatigue, never did the man of healthy body fail to find life light, if he had something to engage his mind. D'Artagnan, riding fast, thinking as constantly, alighted from his horse in Paris, fresh and tender in his muscles as the athlete preparing for the gymnasium. The king did not expect him so soon, and had just departed for the chase towards Meudon. D'Artagnan, instead of riding after the king as he would formerly have done, took off his boots, had a bath, and waited till his majesty should return, dusty and tired. He occupied the interval of 5 hours in taking, as people say, the air of the house, and in arming himself against all ill chances. He learned that the king, during the last fortnight, had been gloomy, that the Queen Mother was ill and much depressed, that Monsieur, the king's brother, was exhibiting a devotional turn, that Madame had the vapours, and that M. de Guiche was gone to one of his estates. He learned that M. Colbert was radiant, that M. Fouquet consulted a fresh physician every day, who still did not cure him, and that his principal complaint was one which physicians do not usually cure unless they are political physicians. The king, D'Artagnan was told, behaved in the kindest manner to M. Fouquet, and did not allow him to be ever out of his sight. But the surintendant, touched to the heart, like one of those fine trees a worm has punctured, was declining daily in spite of the royal smile. That son of court trees, D'Artagnan learned that Mademoiselle de la Vallière had become indispensable to the king, that the king, during his sporting excursions, if he did not take her with him, wrote to her frequently, no longer verses, but, which was much worse, prose, and that whole pages at a time. Thus, as the political Pleiad of the day said, the first king in the world was seen descending from his horse with an ardor beyond compare, and on the crown of his hat, scrawling bombastic phrases which M. de Saint-Artagnan, aide to camp in perpetuity, carried to La Vallière at the risk of foundering his horses. During this time, deer and pheasants were left to the free enjoyment of their nature, hunted so lazily that it was said the art of venery ran great risk of degenerating at the court of France. D'Artagnan then thought of the wishes of poor Raoul, of that desponding letter destined for a woman who passed her life in hoping, and as D'Artagnan loved to philosophize, a little occasionally, he resolved to profit by the absence of the king, to have a minute's talk with Mademoiselle de la Vallière. This was a very uneasy affair while the king was hunting. Louise was walking with some other ladies in one of the galleries of the Palais Royal, exactly where the captain of the musketeers had some guards to inspect. D'Artagnan did not doubt that, if he could but open the conversation on Raoul, Louise might give him grounds for writing a consolatory letter to the poor exile, and hope, or at least consolation, for Raoul in the state of heart in which he had left him, was the sun, was the life to two men who were very dear to our captain. He directed his course, therefore, to the spot where he knew he should find Mademoiselle de la Vallière. D'Artagnan found La Vallière, the centre of the circle. In her apparent solitude, the king's favourite received, like a queen, more, perhaps, than the queen, a homage of which Madame had been so proud, when all the king's looks were directed to her, and commanded the looks of the courtiers. D'Artagnan, although no squire of dames, received, nevertheless, civilities and attentions from the ladies. He was polite, as a brave man always is, and his terrible reputation had consolidated as much friendship among the men as admiration among the women. On seeing him enter, therefore, they immediately accosted him, and, as is not unfrequently the case with fair ladies, opened the attack by questions. Where had he been? What had become of him so long? Why had they not seen him as usual make his fine horse covered in such a beautiful style, to the delight and astonishment of the curious from the king's balcony? He replied that he had just come from the land of oranges. This all set the ladies laughing. Those were times in which everybody travelled, but in which, notwithstanding a journey of 100 leagues, was a problem often solved by death. He replied that he had just come from the land of oranges. This set all the ladies laughing. Those were times in which everybody travelled, but in which, notwithstanding a journey of 100 leagues, was a problem often solved by death. "From the land of oranges?" cried Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, from Spain. "Ah," said the musketeer. "From Malta?" echoed Montaliers. "Why, you are coming very near, ladies." "Is it an island?" asked La Vallière. "Mademoiselle," said D'Artagnan, "I will not give you the trouble of seeking any further. I come from the country where M. de Beaufort is at this moment embarking for Algiers." "Have you seen the army?" asked several warlike fair ones. "As plainly as I see you," replied D'Artagnan. "And the fleet?" "Yes, I saw everything." "Have we any of us friends there?" said Mademoiselle de la Tournelle-Charente coldly, but in a manner to attract attention to a question that was not without its calculated aim. "Why," replied D'Artagnan, "yes, there were M. de la Gallière, M. de Planchet, M. de Bragelonne." La Vallière became pale. "M. de Bragelonne," cried the perfidious Athene. "What, has he gone to war? He?" Montalier trod on her toe, but all in vain. "Do you know what my opinion is?" continued she, addressing D'Artagnan. "No, mademoiselle, but I should very much like to know it." "My opinion is, then, that all the men who go to this war are desperate, desponding men who love has treated ill and go to try if they cannot find jet-complexioned women more kind than fair ones have been." Some of the ladies laughed. La Vallière was evidently confused. Montalier coughed loud enough to waken the dead. "Mademoiselle," interrupted D'Artagnan, "you are in error. When you speak of black women at Gigli, the women there have not jet faces. It is true they are not white. They are yellow." "Yellow?" exclaimed the bevy of fair beauties. "Do not disparage it. I have never seen a finer colour to match with black eyes and a coral mouth." "So much the better for M. de Bragelonne," said Mademoiselle de Tournelle-Charente with persistent malice. "He will make amends for his loss, poor fellow." A profound silence followed these words, and D'Artagnan had time to observe and reflect that women, mild doves, treat each other more cruelly than tigers. But making La Vallière pale did not satisfy Athénée. She determined to make her blush likewise. Resuming the conversation, without pause, "Do you know, Louise," she said, "that there is a great sin on your conscience?" "What sin, mademoiselle?" stammered the unfortunate girl, looking round her for support, without finding it. Why," continued Athénée, "the poor young man was affianced to you. He loved you. You cast him off." "Well, that is right, which every woman has," said Montalier in an affected tone. "When we know it cannot constitute the happiness of a man, it is much better to cast him off." "Cast him off or refuse him, that is all very well," said Athénée, "but it is not the sin Mademoiselle de Vallière has come to reproach herself with. The actual sin is sending poor Bragelonne to the wars, and to wars in which death is so very likely to be met with." Louise pressed her hand over her icy brow. "And if he dies," continued her pitiless tormentor, "you will have killed him. That is the sin." Louise, half dead, caught at the arm of the captain of the musketeers, whose face betrayed unusual emotion. "You wish to speak with me, Monsieur d'Artagnan," she said in a voice broken by anger and pain. "What had you to say to me?" D'Artagnan made several steps along the gallery, holding Louise on his arm. Then, when they were far enough removed from the others, "What I had to say to you, mademoiselle," replied he, Mademoiselle de Tournay-Charente has just expressed. Roughly and unkindly, it is true, but still in its entirety. She uttered a faint cry. Pierced to the heart by this new wound, she went her way, like one of those poor birds which, struck unto death, seek the shade of the thicket in which to die. She disappeared at one door. At the moment, the king was entering by another. The first glance of the king was directed toward the empty seat of his mistress. Not perceiving La Vallière, a frown came over his brow. But as soon as he saw D'Artagnan, who bowed to him, "Ah, monsieur," cried he, "you have been diligent. I am much pleased with you." This was the superlative expression of royal satisfaction. Many men would have been ready to lay down their lives for such a speech from the king. The maids of honour and the courtiers, who had formed a respectful circle round the king on his entrance, drew back on observing he wished to speak privately with his captain of the musketeers. The king led the way out of the gallery, after having again with his eyes sought everywhere for La Vallière, whose absence he could not account for. The moment they were out of the reach of curious ears. "Well, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he, "the prisoner?" "In his prison, sire." "What did he say on the road?" "Nothing, sire." "What did he do?" "There was a moment at which the fisherman who took me in his boat to Sainte Marguerite revolted and did his best to kill me. The prisoner defended me instead of attempting to fly." The king became pale. "Enough," said he, and D'Artagnan bowed. Louis walked about his cabinet with hasty steps. "Were you at Antibes," said he, "when Monsieur de Beaufort came there?" "No, sire, I was setting off when Monsieur le Duc arrived." "Ah," which was followed by a fresh silence. "Whom did you see there?" "A great many persons," said D'Artagnan coolly. The king perceived he was unwilling to speak. "I have sent for you, Monsieur le Capitaine, to desire you to go and prepare my lodgings at Nantes." "At Nantes?" cried D'Artagnan. "In Breton." "Yes, sire, it is in Breton. Will your majesty make so long a journey as to Nantes?" "The states are assembled there," replied the king. "I have 2 demands to make of them. I wish to be there." "When shall I set out?" said the captain. "This evening, tomorrow evening, for you must stand in need of rest." "I have rested, sire." "That is all well. Then between this and tomorrow evening, when you please." D'Artagnan bowed as if to take his leave, but, perceiving the king very much embarrassed, "Will your majesty," said he, stepping 2 paces forward, "take the court with you?" "Certainly I shall." "Then your majesty will doubtless want the musketeers," and the eye of the king sank beneath the penetrating glance of the captain. "Take a brigade of them," replied Louis. "Is that all? Has your majesty no other orders to give me?" "No." "Ah, yes. I am all attention, sire." "At the castle of Nantes, which I hear is very ill managed, you will adopt the practice of placing musketeers at the door of each of the principal dignitaries I shall take with me." "Of the principal?" "Yes. For instance, at the door of M. de Lyon." "Yes." "And that of M. Letellier." "Yes." "Of M. d'Aubrin?" "Yes." "And of Monsieur le Surintendant?" "Without doubt." "Very well, sire. By tomorrow I shall have sent out." "Oh, yes, but one more word, Monsieur d'Artagnan. At Nantes you will meet with M. le Duc de Guercheville, captain of the guards. Be sure that the musketeers are placed before his guards arrive. Precedence always belongs to the first comer. Yes, sire. And if M. de Guercheville should question you, question me, sire. It is likely that M. de Guercheville should question me. And the musketeer, turning cavalierly on his heel, disappeared. To Nantes, said he to himself, as he descended from the stairs. What did he not dare to say from thence to Belle Isle? As he reached the great gates, one of M. Briand's clerks came running after him, exclaiming, "Monsieur d'Artagnan, I beg your pardon." "What is the matter, Monsieur Ariste?" "The king has desired me to give you this order." "Upon your cash-box?" asked the musketeer. "No, monsieur, on that of M. Fouquet." D'Artagnan was surprised, but he took the order which was in the king's own writing, and was for 200 pistoles. "What?" thought he, after having politely thanked M. Briand's clerk. "M. Fouquet is to pay for the journey, then? Modo! That is a bit of pure Louis XI. Why was not this order on the chest of M. Colbert? He would have paid with it with such joy." And D'Artagnan, faithful to his principle of never letting an order at sight get cold, went straight to the house of M. Fouquet to receive his 200 pistoles. Chapter 35. The Last Supper. The superintendent had no doubt received advice of the approaching departure, for he was giving a farewell dinner to his friends. From the bottom to the top of the house, the hurry of the servants bearing dishes and the diligence of the registries denoted an approaching change in offices and kitchen. D'Artagnan, with his order in his hand, presented himself at the offices, when he was told it was too late to pay cash. The chest was closed. He only replied, "On the king's service." The clerk, a little put out by the serious air of the captain, replied that was a very respectable reason, but the customs of the house were respectable likewise, and that, in consequence, he begged the bearer to call again the next day. D'Artagnan asked if he could not see M. Fouquet. The clerk replied that M. le Surintendant did not interfere with such details, and rudely closed the outer door in the captain's face. But the latter had foreseen this stroke, and placed his boot between the door and the door case, so that the lock did not catch, and the clerk was still nose to nose with his interlocutor. This made him change his tone, and say with terrified politeness, "If monsieur wishes to speak to M. le Surintendant, he must go to the antechambers. There are the offices where Monseigneur never comes." "Oh, very well. Where are they?" replied D'Artagnan. "On the other side of the court," said the clerk, delighted to be free. D'Artagnan crossed the court and fell in with a crowd of servants. "Monseigneur sees nobody at this hour," he was answered by a fellow carrying a vermeil dish in which there were 3 pheasants and 12 quails. "Tell him," said the captain, laying hold of the servant by the end of the dish, "that I am M. d'Artagnan, captain of His Majesty's Musketeers." The fellow uttered a cry of surprise and disappeared, D'Artagnan following him slowly. He arrived just in time to meet M. Pelisson in the antechamber. The latter, a little pale, came hastily out of the dining-room to learn what was the matter. D'Artagnan smiled. "There is nothing unpleasant, Monsieur Pelisson, only a little order to receive the money for." "Ah," said Fouquet's friend, breathing more freely, and he took the captain by the hand. and, dragging him behind him, led him into the dining room, where a number of friends surrounded the superintendent, placed in the centre and buried in the cushions of a fauteuil. There were assembled all the Epicureans who so lately at Vaux had done the honours of the mansion of wit and money in aid of M. Fouquet. Joyous friends, for the most part faithful, they had not fled their protector at the approach of the storm, and, in spite of the threatening heavens, in spite of the trembling earth, they remained there, smiling, cheerful, as devoted in misfortune as they had been in prosperity. On the left side of the superintendent sat Madame de Belliere. On his right was Madame Fouquet, as if braving the laws of the world and putting all vulgar reasons of propriety to silence. The two protecting angels of this man united to offer at the moment of crisis the support of their twinned arms. Madame de Belliere was pale, trembling, and full of respectful attentions for Madame la Surintendante, who, with one hand on her husband's, was looking anxiously towards the door by which Pelisson had gone out to bring D'Artagnan. The captain entered, at first full of courtesy, and afterwards of admiration, when, with his infallible glance, he had defined as well as taken in the expression of every face. Fouquet raised himself up in the chair. "Pardon me, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he, "if I did not myself receive you when coming in the king's name." And he pronounced the last words with a sort of melancholy firmness, which filled the hearts of all his friends with terror. "Monsieur," replied D'Artagnan, "I only come to you in the king's name to demand payment of an order for 200 pistoles." The clouds passed from every brow but that of Fouquet, which still remained overcast. "Ah, then," said he, "perhaps you are also setting out for Nantes?" "I do not know whether I am setting out, monseigneur." "But," said Madame Fouquet, recovering from her fright, "you are not going so soon, Monsieur le Capitaine, as not to do us the honour to take a seat with us." "Madame, I should esteem that a great honour done me, but I am so pressed for time that, you see, I have been obliged to permit myself to interrupt your repast to procure payment of my note." "The reply to which shall be gold," said Fouquet, making a sign to his intendant, who went out with the order D'Artagnan handed him. "Oh," said the latter, "I was not uneasy about the payment. The house is good." A painful smile passed over the pale features of Fouquet. "Are you in pain?" asked Madame de Belliere. "Do you feel your attack coming on?" asked Madame Fouquet. "Neither, thank you both," said Fouquet. "Your attack?" said D'Artagnan in his turn. "Are you unwell, monseigneur?" "I have a tertian fever which seized me after the fete at Vaux." "Got cold in the grottos at night, perhaps?" No, nothing but agitation, that was all." "The too much heart you displayed in your reception of the king," said La Fontaine quietly, without suspicion that he was uttering a sacrilege. "We cannot devote too much heart to the reception of our king," said Fouquet mildly to his poet. "Monsieur meant to say the too great ardour," interrupted D'Artagnan with perfect frankness and much amenity. "The fact is, monseigneur, that hospitality was never practised as at Vaux." Madame Fouquet permitted her countenance to show clearly that if Fouquet had conducted himself well toward the king had hardly done the like to the minister. But D'Artagnan knew the terrible secret. He, alone with Fouquet, knew it. Those two men had not, the one the courage to complain, the other the right to accuse. The captain, to whom the 200 pistoles were brought, was about to take his leave, when Fouquet, rising, took a glass of wine and ordered one to be given to D'Artagnan. "Monsieur," said he, "to the health of the king, whatever may happen." "And to your health, monseigneur, whatever may happen," said D'Artagnan. He bowed, with these words of evil omen, to all the company, who rose as soon as they heard the sound of his spurs and boots at the bottom of the stairs. "I for a moment thought it was I and not my money he wanted," said Fouquet, endeavouring to laugh. "You?" cried his friends. "And what for, in the name of heaven?" "Oh, do not deceive yourselves, my dear brothers in Epicurus," said the superintendent. "I do not wish to make a comparison between the most humble sinner on the earth and the God we adore. But remember, he gave one day to his friends a repast which is called the Last Supper, and which was nothing but a farewell dinner like that which we are making at this moment." A painful cry of denial arose from all parts of the table. "Shut the doors," said Fouquet, and the servants disappeared. "My friends," continued Fouquet, lowering his voice, "what was I formerly? What am I now? Consult among yourselves and reply. A man like me sinks when he does not continue to rise. What shall we say then, when he really sinks? I have no more money, no more credit. I have no longer anything but powerful enemies and powerless friends." "Quick!" cried Pelisson. "Since you explain yourself with such frankness, it is our duty to be frank likewise. Yes, you are ruined. Yes, you are hastened to your ruin. Stop! And in the first place, what money have we left?" 700,000 livres, said the intendant. "Bread," murmured Madame Fouquet. "Relays," said Pelisson. "Relays and fly." "Whither?" "To Switzerland, to Savoy, but fly." "If Monseigneur flies," said Madame Belliere, "it will be said that he was guilty or was afraid." "More than that, it will be said that I have carried away 20 millions with me." "We will draw up memoirs to justify you," said La Fontaine. "Fly!" "I will remain," said Fouquet. "And besides, does not everything serve me?" "You have Belle-Isle," cried the Abbe Fouquet. "And I am naturally going there when going to Nantes," replied the superintendent. "Patience, then, patience." "Before arriving at Nantes, what a distance!" said Madame Fouquet. "Yes, I know that well," replied Fouquet. "But what is to be done there? The king summons me to the States. I know well it is for the purpose of ruining me, but to refuse to go would be to evince uneasiness." "Well, I have discovered this means of reconciling everything," cried Pelisson. "You are going to set out for Nantes." Fouquet looked at him with an air of surprise. "But with friends? But in your own carriage as far as Orleans, in your own barge as far as Nantes, always ready to defend yourself. If you are attacked, to escape. If you are threatened, in fact, you will carry your money against all chances, and whilst flying, you will only have obeyed the king. Then, reaching the sea, when you like, you will embark for Belle-Isle, and from Belle-Isle you will shoot out wherever it may please you, like the eagle that leaps into space when it has been driven. from its eyrie. A general assent followed Pelisson's words. "Yes, do so," said Madame Fouquet to her husband. "Do so," said Madame de Belliere. Do it, cried all his friends. "I will do so," replied Fouquet. "This very evening? In an hour?" "Instantly. With 700,000 livres you can lay the foundation of another fortune," said the Abbe Fouquet. "What is there to prevent our arming corsairs at Belle Isle? And if necessary, we will go and discover a new world," added La Fontaine, intoxicated with fresh projects and enthusiasm. A knock at the door interrupted this concert of joy and hope. "A courier from the king," said the master of ceremonies. A profound silence immediately ensued, as if the message brought by this courier was nothing but a reply to all the projects given birth to a moment before. Everyone waited to see what the master would do. His brow was streaming with perspiration, and he was really suffering from his fever at that instant. He passed into his cabinet to receive the king's message. There prevailed, as we have said, such a silence in the chambers and throughout the attendance that from the dining room could be heard the voice of Fouquet saying, "That is well, monsieur." The voice was, however, broken by fatigue and trembled with emotion. An instant after, Fouquet called Gourville, who crossed the gallery amidst the universal expectation. At length, he himself reappeared among his guests, but it was no longer the same pale, spiritless countenance they had beheld when he left them. From pale, he had become livid, and from spiritless, annihilated. A breathing, living spectre, he advanced with his arms stretched out, his mouth parched, like a shade that comes to salute the friends of former days. On seeing him thus, everyone cried out, and everyone rushed towards Fouquet. The latter, looking at Pelisson, leaned upon his wife and pressed the icy hand of the Marquis de Belliere. "Well," said he, in a voice which had nothing human in it. "What happened, my God?" said someone to him. Fouquet opened his right hand, which was clenched but glistening with perspiration, and displayed a paper upon which Pelisson cast a terrified glance. He read the following lines, written by the king's hand. "Dear and well-beloved Monsieur Fouquet, give us, upon that which you have left of ours, the sum of 700,000 livres, of which we stand in need to prepare for our departure. And as we know your health is not good, we pray God to restore you and to have you in his holy keeping. Louis. Present letter is to serve as a receipt." A murmur of terror circulated through the apartment. "Well," cried Pelisson in his turn, "you have received that letter?" "Received it, yes." "What will you do then?" "Nothing, since I have received it." "But if I have received it, Pelisson, I have paid it," said the surintendant, with a simplicity that went to the heart of all present. "You have paid it?" cried Madame Fouquet. "Then we are ruined." "Come, no useless words," interrupted Pelisson. "Next to money, life, monsieur, to horse, to horse." "What, leave us?" at once cried both the women, wild with grief. "Monsieur, in saving yourself, you save us all. To horse!" But he cannot hold himself. Oh, look at him. Oh, if he takes time to reflect, said the intrepid Pelisson. He is right, murmured Fouquet. Monseigneur, Monseigneur, cried Gorval, rushing up the stairs 4 steps at once. Monseigneur! Well, what? I escorted, as you desired, the king's courier with the money, yes? Well, when I arrived at the Palais Royal, I saw... Take breath, my poor friends, take breath, you are suffocating. What did you see? Cried the impatient friends. I saw the musketeers mounting on horseback, said Gorville. Then there, cried every voice at once, there then, is there an instant to be lost? Madame Fouquet rushed downstairs, calling for her horses. Madame de Balayère flew after her, catching her in her arms and saying, Madame, in the name of safety, do not betray anything. Do not manifest alarm. Pelisson ran to have the horses put to the carriages, and, in the meantime, Gorville gathered in his hat all that the weeping friends were able to throw into it of gold and silver, the last offering, the pious alms made to misery by poverty. The superintendent, dragged along by some, carried by others, was shut up in his carriage. Gorville took the reins and mounted the box. Pelisson supported Madame Fouquet, who had fainted. Madame de Balayère had more strength and was well paid for it. She received Fouquet's last kiss. Pelisson easily explained this precipitate departure by saying that an order from the king had summoned the minister to Nantes. Chapter 36. In M. Colbert's carriage. As Gorville had seen, the king's musketeers were mounting and following their captain. The latter, who did not like to be confined in his proceedings, left his brigade under the orders of a lieutenant and set off on post horses, recommending his men to use all diligence. However rapidly they might travel, they could not arrive before him. He had time, in passing along the Rue du Pestis Champs, to see something which afforded him plenty of food for thought and conjecture. He saw M. Colbert coming out from his house to get into his carriage, which was stationed before the door. In this carriage, D'Artagnan perceived the hoods of 2 women, and, being rather curious, he wished to know the names of the ladies hid beneath these hoods, to get a glimpse at them, for they kept themselves closely covered up. He urged his horse so near the carriage that he drove him against the step with such force as to shake everything containing and contained. The terrified women uttered, the one a faint cry by which D'Artagnan recognized a young woman, the other an imprecation in which he recognized the vigour and aplomb that half a century bestows. The hoods were thrown back. One of the women was Madame Vanal, the other the Duchesse de Chevreuse. D'Artagnan's eyes were quicker than those of the ladies. He had seen and known them, whilst they did not recognize him, and, as they laughed at their fright, pressing each other's hands. Said D'Artagnan. The old Duchess is no more inaccessible to friendship than formerly, she paying her court to the mistress of M. Colbert. Poor M. Fouquet, that presages you nothing good. He rode on. M. Colbert got into his carriage, and the distinguished trio commenced a sufficiently slow pilgrimage towards the wood of Vincennes. Madame de Chevreuse set down Madame Vanal at her husband's house, and, left alone with M. Colbert, chatted upon affairs whilst continuing her ride. She had an inexhaustible fund of conversation, that dear Duchess, and as she always talked for the ill of others, though ever with a view to her own good, Her conversation amused her interlocuteur and did not fail to leave a favourable impression. She taught Colbert, who, poor man, was ignorant of the fact how great a minister he was, and how Fouquet would soon become a cipher. She promised to rally around him when he should become surintendent, all the old nobility of the kingdom, and questioned him as to the preponderance it would be proper to allow La Vallière. She praised him, she blamed him, she bewildered him. She showed him the secret of so many secrets that, for a moment, Colbert thought he was doing business with the devil. She proved to him that she held in her hand the Colbert of today, as she had held the Fouquet of yesterday. And as he asked her very simply the reason of her hatred for the surintendent, "Why do you hate him yourself?" she said. "Madam, in politics," replied he, "the differences of system often bring about dissensions between men. M. Fouquet always appeared to me to practice a system opposed to the true interests of the king." She interrupted him. "I will say no more to you about M. Fouquet. The journey of the king is about to take to Nantes will give a good account of him. M. Fouquet for me is a man gone by, and for you also." Colbert made no reply. "On his return from Nantes," continued the Duchess, "the king, who is only anxious for a pretext, will find that the states have not behaved well, that they have made too few sacrifices. The states will say that the imposts are too heavy and that the surintendent has ruined them. The king will lay all the blame on M. Fouquet, and then—" "And then?" said Colbert. "Oh, he will be disgraced. Is that not your opinion?" Colbert darted a glance at the Duchess, which plainly said, "If M. Fouquet be only disgraced, you will not be the cause of it." "Your place, M. Colbert," the Duchess hastened to say, "must be a high place. Do you perceive any one between the king and yourself after the fall of M. Fouquet?" "I do not understand," said he. "You will understand. To what does your ambition aspire?" "I have none." "It was useless, then, to overthrow the surintendent, Monsieur Colbert. It was idle." "I had the honour to tell you, madame." "Oh, yes, I know all about the interests of the king, but if you please, we will speak of your own." "Mine? That is to say, the affairs of His Majesty." "In short, are you or are you not endeavouring to ruin M. Fouquet? Answer without evasion." "Madame, I ruin nobody." "I am endeavouring to comprehend, then, why you purchased from me the letters of M. Mazarin concerning M. Fouquet. Neither can I conceive why you have laid those letters before the king." Colbert, half stupefied, looked at the Duchess with an air of constraint. "Madame," said he, "I can less easily conceive how you, who received the money, can reproach me on that head." "That is," said the old Duchess, "because we will, which we wish for, unless we are not able to obtain what we wish." "Will?" said Colbert, quite confounded by such coarse logic. "You are not able, Hin? Speak." "I am not able. I allow to destroy certain influences near the king." "That fight in favour of M. Fouquet? What are they?" "Stop. Let me help you." "Do, madame." "La Vallière?" "Oh, very little influence, no knowledge of business, and small means. Fouquet has paid his court to her. To defend him would be to accuse herself, would it not? I think it would. There is still another influence. What do you say to that? Is it considerable? The Queen Mother, perhaps? Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, has a weakness for M. Fouquet, or very prejudicial to her son. Never believe that, said the old Duchess, smiling. Oh, said Colbert, with incredulity. I have often experienced it. Formerly? Or very recently, Madame, at Vaux. It was she who prevented the king from having M. Fouquet arrested. People do not forever entertain the same opinions, my dear monsieur. That which the queen may have wished recently, she would not wish, perhaps, today. And why not? Said Colbert, astonished. Oh, the reason is of very little consequence. On the contrary, I think it is of great consequence, for if I was certain of not displeasing Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, my scruples would be all removed. Well, have you ever heard talk of a certain secret? A secret? Call it what you like. In short, the Queen Mother has conceived a bitter hatred for all those who have participated in one fashion or another in the discovery of this secret. M. Fouquet, I believe, is one of those. Then, said Colbert, we may be sure of the assent of the Queen Mother. I have just left Her Majesty, and she assures me so. So be it then, madame. But there's something further. Do you happen to know a man who was the intimate friend of M. Fouquet? M. D'Herblay, a bishop, I believe. Bishop of Vence? Well, this M. D'Herblay, who also knew the secret the Queen Mother was pursuing with the utmost rancour. Indeed? So hotly pursued that if he were dead, she would not be satisfied with anything less than his head to satisfy her. He would never speak again. And is that the desire of the Queen Mother? An order is given for it. This Monsieur d'Herblay should be sought for, madame. Oh, it is well known where he is. Colbert looked at the Duchess. Say where, madame? He is at Belle-Isle-de-Mer. At the residence of M. Fouquet? At the residence of M. Fouquet. He shall be taken. It was now the Duchess's turn to smile. Do you not fancy the capture so easy? She said. Do not promise it so lightly. Why not, madame? Because M. D'Herblay is not one of those people who could be taken when and where you please. He is a rebel, then. Oh, Monsieur Colbert, we have passed our lives in making rebels, and yet you see plainly that so far from being taken, we take others. Colbert fixed upon the old Duchess one of those fierce looks of which no words can convey the expression, accompanied by a firmness not altogether wanting in grandeur. The times are gone, said he, in which subjects gained duchies by making war against the King of France. If M. D'Herblay conspires, he will perish on the scaffold. That will give or will not give pleasure to his enemies, a matter, by the way, of little importance to us. And this us, a strange word in the mouth of Colbert, made the Duchess thoughtful for a moment. She caught herself reckoning inwardly with this man. Colbert had regained his superiority in the conversation, and he meant to keep it. You ask me, madame, he said, to have this M. D'Herblay arrested? I ask you nothing of the kind. But I thought you did, madame. But as I have been mistaken, we will leave him alone. The king has said nothing about him. The Duchess bit her nails. Besides, continued Colbert, what a poor creature would this bishop be? A bishop game for a king? Oh, no, I will not even take the slightest notice of him. The hatred of the Duchess now discovered itself.
"Game for a woman," said she. "Is not the Queen a woman? If she wishes M. d'Herblay arrested, she has her reasons. Besides, is not M. d'Herblay the friend of him who is doomed to fall?"
"Oh, never mind that," said Colbert. "This man shall be spared if he is not the enemy of the king. Is that displeasing to you?"
"I say nothing."
"Yes. You wish to see him in prison, in the Bastille, for instance."
"I believe a secret better concealed behind the walls of the Bastille than behind those of Belle Isle."
"I will speak to the king about it. He will clear up the point."
"And whilst waiting for that enlightenment, Monsieur, l'Évêque de Vannes will have escaped. I would do so."
"Escaped he? And whither should he escape? Europe is ours, in fact."
"He will always find an asylum, Monsieur. It is evident you know nothing of the man you have to do with. You do not know d'Herblay. You do not know Aramis. He was one of those 4 musketeers who, under the late king, made Cardinal de Richelieu tremble, and who, during the Regency, gave so much trouble to Monseigneur Mazarin."
"But, madame, what can he do unless he has a kingdom to back him?"
"He has one, Monsieur."
"A kingdom? He? What, Monsieur d'Herblay?"
"I repeat to you, Monsieur, that if he wants a kingdom, he either has it or he will have it."
"Well, as you are so earnest that this rebel should not escape, madame, I promise he shall not escape."
"Belle Isle is fortified, M. Colbert, and fortified by him."
"If Belle Isle were also defended by him, Belle Isle is not impregnable. And if Monsieur l'Évêque de Vannes is shut up in Belle Isle, well, madame, the place shall be besieged, and he will be taken."
"You may be very certain, Monsieur, that the zeal you display in the interests of the Queen Mother will please Her Majesty mightily, and you will be magnificently rewarded. But what shall I tell her of your projects respecting this man?"
"That when once taken, he shall be shut up in a fortress from which her secret shall never escape."
"Very well, Monsieur Colbert, and we may say that dating from this instance we have formed a solid alliance. That is you and that I am absolutely at your service."
"It is I, madame, who place myself at yours. This Chevalier d'Herblay is a kind of Spanish spy, is he not?"
"Much more."
"A secret ambassador?"
"Higher still."
"Stop. King Philip III of Spain is a bigot. He is perhaps the confessor of Philip III."
"You must go higher even than that."
"Mordaunt!" cried Colbert, who forgot himself so far as to swear in the presence of this great lady, of this old friend of the Queen Mother. He must then be the general of the Jesuits.
"I believe you have guessed it at last," replied the Duchess.
"Ah, then, madame, this man will ruin us all if we do not ruin him, and we must make haste too."
"Such was my opinion, Monsieur, but I do not dare to give it you."
"And it was lucky for us he has attacked the throne and not us."
"But mark this well, M. Colbert, M. d'Herblay is never discouraged. If he has missed one blow, he will be sure to make another. He will begin again. If he is allowed an opportunity to escape, of making a king for himself, sooner or later he will make another, of whom, to a certainty, you will not be a prime minister."
Colbert knitted his brow with a menacing expression. "I feel assured that the prison will settle this affair for us, madame, in a manner satisfactory for both." The Duchess smiled again.
"Oh, if you knew said she. "How many times Aramis has got out of prison?"
"Oh," replied Colbert, "we will take care that he shall not get out this time."
"But you were not attending to what I said to you just now. Do you remember that Aramis was one of the 4 invincibles whom Richelieu so dreaded, and that at the period the 4 musketeers were not in possession of that which they have now, money and experience?"
Colbert bit his lips. "We will renounce the idea of the prison," said he, in a lower tone. "We will find a little retreat from which the invincible cannot possibly escape."
"That was well spoken, our ally," replied the Duchess. "But it is getting late. Had we better not return?"
"The more willingly, madame, from my having my preparations to make for setting out with the king."
"To Paris!"
cried the Duchess to the coachman. And the carriage returned toward the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, after the conclusion of the treaty that gave to death the last friend of Fouquet, the last defender of Belle Isle, the former friend of Marie Michon, the new foe of the old Duchess. Chapter 37. The Two Lighters. D'Artagnan had set off. Fouquet likewise was gone, and with a rapidity which doubled the tender interests of his friends. The first moments of this journey, or better say this flight, were troubled by a ceaseless dread of every horse and carriage to be seen behind the fugitive. It was not natural. In fact, if Louis XIV was determined to seize this prey, that he should allow it to escape. The young lion was already accustomed to the chase, and he had his bloodhound sufficiently clever to be trusted. But insensibly all fears were dispersed. The superintendent, by hard travelling, placed such a distance between himself and his persecutors that no one of them could reasonably be expected to overtake him. As to his position, his friends had made it excellent for him. Was he not travelling to join the king at Nantes? Or what did the rapidity prove but his zeal to obey? He arrived, fatigued but reassured, at Orleans, where he found, thanks to the care of a courier who had preceded him, a handsome lighter of 8 oars. These lighters, in the shape of gondolas, somewhat wide and heavy, containing a small chamber covered by the deck and a chamber in the poop, formed by a tent, then acted as passage boats from Orleans to Nantes by the Loire, and this passage, a long one in our days, appeared then more easy and convenient than the high road with its post-hacks and its hill-hung carriages. Fouquet went on board this lighter, which set out immediately. The rowers, knowing they had the honour of conveying the superintendent of the finances, pulled with all their strength, and that magic word, the finances, promised them a liberal gratification of which they wished to prove themselves worthy. The lighter seemed to leap the mimic waves of the Loire. Magnificent weather, a sunrise that empurpled all the landscape, displayed the river in all its limpid serenity. The current and the rowers carried Fouquet along as wings carry a bird, and he arrived before Beaugency without the slightest accident having signalized the voyage. Fouquet hoped to be the first to arrive at Nantes. There he would see the notables and gain support among the principal members of the States. He would make himself a necessity, a thing very easy for a man of his merit, and would delay the catastrophe if he did not succeed in avoiding it entirely. Besides, said Gourville to him,
Nance, you will make out, or we will make out, the intentions of your enemies. We will have horses all ready to convey you to Poteau, a bark in which to gain the sea, and when once upon the open sea, Belle Isle is your inviolable port. You see, besides that, no one is watching you, no one is following. He had scarcely finished when they discovered at a distance, behind an elbow formed by the river, the masts of a huge lighter coming down. The rowers of Fouquet's boat uttered a cry of surprise on seeing this galley. "What is the matter?" asked Fouquet. "The matter is, Monseigneur," replied the patron of the bark, "that it is a truly remarkable thing. That lighter comes along like a hurricane." Gourville started and mounted to the deck in order to obtain a better view. Fouquet did not go up with him, but said to Gourville with restrained mistrust, "See what it is, dear friend." The lighter had just passed the elbow. It came on so fast that behind it may be plainly seen the white wake illumined with the fires of the day. "How they go?" repeated the skipper. "How they go? They must be well paid. I did not think," he added, "that those of wood could behave better than ours, but yonder oarsmen prove the contrary." "Well, they may be," said one of the rowers. "There are 12, and we are but 8. 12 rowers?" replied Gourville. 12? Impossible! The number of 8 rowers for a lighter had never been exceeded, even for the king. This honour had been paid to Monsieur le Surintendant more for the sake of haste than of respect. "What does it mean?" said Gourville, endeavouring to distinguish beneath the tent, which was already apparent, travellers which the most piercing eye could not yet have succeeded in discovering. "They must be in a hurry, for it is not the king," said the patron. Fouquet shuddered. "By what sign do you know that it is not the king?" said Gourville. "In the first place, because there is no white flag with fleur-de-lis, which the royal lighter always carries." "And then?" said Fouquet. "Because it is impossible it should be the king, Gourville, as the king was still in Paris yesterday." Gourville replied to the surintendant by a look which said, "You were there yourself yesterday." "And by what sign do you make out that they are in such haste?" added he, for the sake of gaining time. "By this, monsieur," said the patron. "These people must have set out a long while after us, and they have already neatly overtaken us." "Bah!" said Gourville. "Who told you that they do not come from Beaugency, or from Moi even?" "We have seen no lighter of that shape except at Orleans. It comes from Orleans, monsieur, and makes great haste." Fouquet and Gourville exchanged a glance. The captain remarked their uneasiness, and, to mislead him, Gourville immediately said, "Some friend who has laid a wager he would catch us. Let us win the wager and not allow him to come up with us." The patron opened his mouth to say that it was quite impossible, but Fouquet said with much hauteur, "If it is anyone who wishes to overtake us, let him come." "We can try, Monseigneur," said the man timidly. "Come, you fellows, put out your strength. Row, row!" "No," said Fouquet. "On the contrary, stop short." "Monseigneur, what folly!" interrupted Gourville, stooping towards his ear. "Pull up," repeated Fouquet. The 8 oars stopped, and resisting the water created a retrograde motion. It stopped. The 12 rowers in the other did not, at first, perceive this manoeuvre, for they continued to urge on their boat so vigorously that it arrived quickly within musket shot. Fouquet was short-sighted. Gourville was annoyed by the sun, now full in his eyes. The skipper alone, with that habit and clearness
which are acquired by a constant struggle with the elements, perceived distinctly the travellers in the neighbouring lighter.
"I can see them!" cried he. "There are two."
"I can see nothing," said Gorville.
"You will not be long before you distinguish them. In 20 strokes of the oar they will be within 10 paces of us."
But what the patron announced was not realised. The lighter imitated the movement commanded by Fouquet, and instead of coming to join its pretended friends, it stopped short in the middle of the river.
"I cannot comprehend this," said the captain.
"Nor I," cried Gorville. "You who can see so plainly the people in that lighter," resumed Fouquet, "try to describe them to us, before we are too far off."
"I thought I saw two," replied the boatman. "I can only see one now under the tent."
"What sort of man is he?"
"He is a dark man, broad-shouldered, bull-necked."
A little cloud at that moment passed across the azure, darkening the sun. Gorville, who was still looking with one hand over his eyes, became able to see what he sought, and all at once, jumping from the deck into the chamber where Fouquet awaited him,
"Colbert,"
said he, in a voice broken by emotion.
"Colbert,"
repeated Fouquet.
"Too strange, but no, it is impossible.
I tell you, I recognized him, and he at the same time so plainly recognized me, that he is just gone into the chamber on the poop. Perhaps the king has sent him on our track. In that case, he would join us instead of lying by. What is he doing here?"
"He is watching us, without doubt."
"I do not like this uncertainty," said Fouquet. "Let us go straight up to him."
"Oh, Monseigneur, do not do that. The lighter is full of armed men."
"He wishes to arrest me then, Gorville. Why does he not come on?"
"Monsieur, it is not consistent with your dignity to go to meet even your ruin."
"But to allow them to watch me like a malefactor?"
"Nothing yet proves that they are watching you, Monseigneur. Be patient."
"What is to be done then?"
"Do not stop. You are only going so fast to appear to obey the king's orders with zeal. Redouble the speed. He who lives will see."
"That is better. Come," cried Fouquet. "Since they remain stock, yet still, let us go on." The captain gave the signal, and Fouquet's rowers resumed their task with all the success that could be looked for from men who had rested. Scarcely had the lighter made 100 fathoms than the other, that with the 12 rowers, resumed its rapid course. This position lasted all day, without any increase or diminution of distance between the two vessels. Towards evening, Fouquet wished to try the intentions of his persecutor. He ordered his rowers to pull towards the shore, as if to effect a landing. Colbert's lighter imitated this manoeuvre and steered towards the shore in a slanting direction. By the merest chance, at the spot where Fouquet pretended to wish to land, a stableman from the chateau of Languise was following the flowery banks leading 3 horses in halters. Without doubt, the people of the 12-oared lighter fancied that Fouquet was directing his course to these horses ready for flight, for 4 or 5 men armed with muskets jumped from the lighter onto the shore and marched along the banks as if to gain ground on the horsemen. Fouquet, satisfied of having forced the enemy to demonstration, considered his intention evident, and put his boat in motion again. Colbert's people returned likewise to theirs, and the course of the 2 vessels was resumed with fresh perseverance. Upon seeing this, Fouquet felt himself threatened closely, and in a prophetic voice, "Well, Gorville," said he whisperingly, "what did I say at our last repast at my house? Am I going or not to my ruin?"
"Oh, Monseigneur, these 2 boats which follow each other with so much emulation as if we were disputing M. Colbert and I a prize for swiftness on the Loire. Do they not aptly represent our fortunes? And do you not believe, Goville, that 1 or 2 will be wrecked at Nantes? At least, objected Goville, there is still uncertainty. You are about to appear at the States. You are about to show what sort of man you are. Your eloquence and your genius for business are the buckler and sword that will serve to defend you, if not to conquer with. The Bretons do not know you, and when they become acquainted with you, your cause is won. Oh, let M. Colbert look to it well, for his lighter is as much exposed as yours to being upset. Both go quickly. His faster than yours, it is true. We shall see which will be wrecked first. Fouquet, taking Gorville's hand, "My friend," said he, "everything considered, remember the proverb, first come, first served. Well, M. Colbert takes care not to pass me. He is a prudent man. He is M. Colbert." He was right. The 2 lighters held their course as far as Nantes, watching each other. When the superintendent landed, Gorville hoped he should be able to seek refuge at once and have the relays prepared. But at the landing, the second lighter joined the first, and Colbert, approaching Fouquet, saluted him on the quay with marks of the profoundest respect. Marks so significant, so public, that their result was the bringing of the whole population upon La Fosse. Fouquet was completely self-possessed. He felt that in his last moments of greatness, he had obligations towards himself. He wished to fall from such a height that his fall should crush some of his enemies. Colbert was there. So much the worse for Colbert. The superintendent, therefore, coming up to him, replied with that arrogant semi-closure of the eyes peculiar to him. "What? Is that you, M. Colbert?" "To offer you my respects, Monseigneur," said the latter. "Were you in that lighter?" pointing to the one with 12 rowers. "Yes, Monseigneur." "Of 12 rowers?" said Fouquet. "Oh, what luxury, M. Colbert! For a moment I thought it was the Queen Mother." "Monseigneur," and Colbert blushed. "This is a voyage that will cost those who have to pay for it dear, Monsieur l'Intendant," said Fouquet. "But you have happily arrived. You see, however," added he, a moment after, "that I, who had but 8 rowers, arrived before you." And he turned his back towards him, leaving him uncertain whether the manoeuvres of the second lighter had escaped the notice of the first. At least he did not give him the satisfaction of showing that he had been frightened. Colbert, so annoyingly attacked, did not give way. "I have not been quick, Monseigneur," he replied, "because I followed your example whenever you stopped." "And why did you do that, Monsieur Colbert?" cried Fouquet, irritated by the base audacity. "As you have a superior crew to mine, why did you not either join me or pass me?" "Out of respect," said the intendant, bowing to the ground. Fouquet got into a carriage which the city had sent to him. We know not why or how he repaired to La Maison de Nantes, escorted by a vast crowd of people who for several days had been agog with expectation of convocation of the States. Scarcely was he installed when Gorville went out to order horses on the route to Poitiers and Vannes, and a boat to Pembeuf. He performed these various operations with so much mystery, activity, and generosity that never was Fouquet, then labouring under an attack of fever, more nearly saved, except for the counteraction of that immense disturber of human projects, chance. A report was spread during the night
that the king was coming in great haste on post horses, and would arrive in 10 or 12 hours at the latest. The people, while waiting for the king, were greatly rejoiced to see the musketeers newly arrived with Monsieur d'Artagnan, their captain, and quartered in the castle, of which they occupied all the posts in quality of guard of honour. M. d'Artagnan, who was very polite, presented himself about 10 o'clock at the lodgings of the superintendent to pay his respectful compliments, and although the minister suffered from fever, although he was in such pain as to be bathed in sweat, he would receive M. d'Artagnan, who was delighted with that honour, as will be seen by the conversation they had together. Chapter 38. Friendly Advice. Fouquet had gone to bed, like a man who clings to life and wishes to economize as much as possible that slender tissue of existence of which the shocks and frictions of this world so quickly wear out the tenuity. D'Artagnan appeared at the door of this chamber, and was saluted by the superintendent with a very affable "Good day." "Bonjour, monseigneur," replied the musketeer. "How did you get through the journey?" "Tolerably well, thank you." "And the fever?" "But poorly. I drink, as you perceive. I am scarcely arrived, and I have already levied a contribution of tisane upon Nantes." "You should sleep first, monseigneur." "Oh, Cobbler, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, I should be very glad to sleep." "Who hinders you?" "Why, you, in the first place." "I? Oh, monseigneur." "No doubt you do. It is at Nantes as at Paris. Do you not come in the king's name?" "For heaven's sake, monseigneur," replied the captain, "leave the king alone. The day on which I shall come on the part of the king for the purpose you mean, take my word for it, I will not leave you long in doubt. You will see me place my hand on my sword according to the ordinance, and you will hear me say at once in ceremonial voice, 'Monseigneur, in the name of the king, I arrest you.' You promise me that frankness?" said the superintendent. "Upon my honour. But we have not come to that, believe me." "What makes you think that, M. d'Artagnan? For my part, I think quite the contrary." "I have heard speak of nothing of the kind," replied d'Artagnan. Said Fouquet. "Indeed, no. You are an agreeable man in spite of your fever. The king cannot help loving you at the bottom of his heart." Fouquet's expression implied doubt. "But M. Colbert," said he, "does M. Colbert love me as much as you say?" "I am not speaking of M. Colbert," replied d'Artagnan. "He is an exceptional man. He does not love you so much, is very possible, but Mordaunt, the squirrel, can guard himself against the adder with very little trouble." "Do you know that you are speaking to me quite as a friend?" replied Fouquet, "and that, upon my life, I have never met with a man of your intelligence and heart?" "You are pleased to say so," replied d'Artagnan. "Why did you wait till today to pay me such a compliment?" "Blind that we are," murmured Fouquet. "Your voice is getting hoarse," said d'Artagnan. "Drink, monseigneur, drink." And he offered him a cup of tisane with the most friendly cordiality. Fouquet took it and thanked him by a gentle smile. "Such things only happen to me," said the musketeer. "I have passed 10 years under your very beard while you were rolling about tons of gold. You were clearing an annual pension of 4 millions. You never observed me, and you find out there is such a person in the world just at the moment I am about to fall," interrupted Fouquet. "That is true, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan." "I did not say so." "But you thought so, and that is the same thing. Well, if I fall, take my word as truth, I shall not pass a single day without saying to myself as I strike my brow, 'Fool, fool, stupid mortal, You had Monsieur d'Artagnan under your eye and hand, and you did not employ him. You did not enrich him. You overwhelm me, said the captain. I esteem you greatly. There exists another man, then, who does not think as M. Colbert thinks? Said the superintendent. How this M. Colbert looms up in your imagination. He is worse than fever. Oh, I have good cause, said Fouquet. Judge for yourself. And he related the details of the course of the lighters and the hypocritical persecution of Colbert. Is not this a clear sign of my ruin? D'Artagnan became very serious. That is true, he said. Yes, it is an unsavory odour, as M. de Treville used to say. And he fixed on M. Fouquet his intelligent and significant look. Am I not clearly designated in that, Captain? Is not the king bringing me to Nantes to get me away from Paris, where I have so many creatures, and to possess himself of Belle Isle? Where M. de Herblay is, added D'Artagnan. Fouquet raised his head. As for me, Monseigneur, continued D'Artagnan, I can assure you the king has said nothing to me against you. Indeed? The king commanded me to set out for Nantes, it is true, and to say nothing about it to M. de Gesvert. My friend? To M. de Gesvert, yes, Monseigneur, continued the musketeer, whose eyes did not cease to speak a language different from the language of his lips. The king, moreover, commanded me to take a brigade of musketeers, which is apparently superfluous as the country is quite quiet. A brigade? Said Fouquet, raising himself up upon his elbow. 96 horsemen, yes, Monseigneur, the same number as were employed in arresting M. de Chalais, de Cinq-Mars, and Montmorency. Fouquet pricked up his ears at these words, pronounced without apparent value. And what else? Said he. Oh, nothing but insignificant orders, such as guarding the castle, guarding every lodging, allowing none of M. de Gesvert's guards to occupy a single post. And as to myself, cried Fouquet, what orders had you? As to you, Monseigneur, not the smallest word. Monsieur d'Artagnan, my safety, my honour, perhaps my life are at stake. You would not deceive me. I? To what end? Are you threatened? Only there really is an order with respect to carriages and boats. An order? Yes, but it cannot concern you. A simple measure of police. What is it, Captain? What is it? To forbid all horses or boats to leave Nantes without a pass signed by the king. Great God, but D'Artagnan began to laugh. All that is not to be put into execution before the arrival of the king at Nantes. So that you see plainly, Monseigneur, the order is no wise concerns you. Fouquet became thoughtful, and D'Artagnan feigned not to observe his preoccupation. It is evident, by my thus confiding to you the orders which have been given to me, that I am friendly towards you, and that I am trying to prove to you that none of them are directed against you. Without doubt, said Fouquet, still absent. Let us recapitulate, said the captain, his glance beaming with earnestness. A special guard about the castle in which your lodging is to be, is it not? Do you know the castle? Ah, Monseigneur, our regular prison. The absence of M. de Gesvert, who has the honour of being one of your friends, the closing of the gates of the city and of the river without a pass, but only when the king shall have arrived. Please to observe, Monsieur Fouquet, that if, instead of speaking to a man like you, who are one of the first in the kingdom, I was speaking to a troubled, uneasy conscience, I should compromise myself forever. What a fine opportunity for anyone who wished to be free. No police, no guards, no orders, the water free, the roads free. Monsieur d'Artagnan obliged to lend his horses if he required. All this ought to reassure you, Monsieur Fouquet, for the king would not have left me thus independent if he had any sinister designs. In truth, Monsieur Fouquet, ask me whatever you like. I am at your service, and in return, if you will consent to do it, do me a service, that of giving my compliments to Aramis and Porthos, in case you embark for Belle Isle. as you have a right to do without changing your dress. Immediately, in your robe de chambre, just as you are." Saying these words, and with a profound bow, the musketeer, whose looks had lost none of their intelligent kindness, left the apartment. He had not reached the steps of the vestibule when Fouquet, quite beside himself, hung to the bell rope and shouted, "My horses! My lighter!" But nobody answered. The superintendent dressed himself with everything that came to hand. "Gourville! Gourville!" cried he, while slipping his watch into his pocket, and the bell sounded again, while Fouquet repeated, "Gourville! Gourville!" Gourville at length appeared, breathless and pale. "Let us be gone! Let us be gone!" cried Fouquet as soon as he saw him. "It is too late," said the superintendent's poor friend. "Too late? Why? Listen!" As they heard the sounds of trumpets and drums in front of the castle. "What does that mean, Gourville?" "It means the king is come, Monseigneur." "The king?" "The king who has ridden in double stages, who has killed horses, and who is 8 hours in advance of all our calculations." "We are lost," murmured Fouquet. "Brave D'Artagnan, all is over. Thou hast spoken to me too late." The king, in fact, was entering the city, which soon resounded with the cannon from the ramparts, and from a vessel which replied from the lower parts of the river. Fouquet's brow darkened. He called his valets de chambre and dressed in ceremonial costume. From his window, behind the curtains, he could see the eagerness of the people and the movement of a large troop which had followed the prince. The king was conducted to the castle with great pomp, and Fouquet saw him dismount under the portcullis and say something in the ear of D'Artagnan, who held his stirrup. D'Artagnan, when the king had passed under the arch, directed his steps towards the house Fouquet was in, but so slowly, and stopping so frequently to speak to his musketeers, drawn up like a hedge that it might be said he was counting the seconds or the steps before accomplishing his object. Fouquet opened the window to speak to him in the court. "Ah!" cried D'Artagnan on perceiving him. "Are you still there, Monseigneur?" And that word "still" completed the proof to Fouquet of how much information and how many useful counsels were contained in the first visit the musketeer had paid him. The superintendent sighed deeply. "Good heavens, yes, monsieur," replied he. "The arrival of the king has interrupted me in the projects I had formed." "Oh, then you know that the king has arrived?" "Yes, monsieur, I have seen him, and this time you come from him." "To inquire after you, Monseigneur, and if your health is not too bad, to beg you to have the kindness to repair to the castle." "Directly, Monsieur d'Artagnan, directly." "Ah, Modo," said the captain. "Now the king is come, there is no more working for anybody, no more free will. The password governs all now, you as much as me as much as you." Fouquet heaved a last sigh, climbed with difficulty into his carriage, so great was his weakness, and went to the castle, escorted by D'Artagnan, whose politeness was not less terrifying this time than it had just before been consoling and cheerful. Chapter 39, How the King, Louis XIV, played his little part. As Fouquet was alighting from his carriage to enter the castle of Nantes, a man of mean appearance went up to him with marks of the greatest respect, and gave him a letter. D'Artagnan endeavoured to prevent this man from speaking to Fouquet, and pushed him away, but the message had been given to the superintendent. Fouquet opened the letter and read it, and instantly a vague terror, which D'Artagnan did not fail to penetrate, was painted on the countenance of the first minister. Fouquet put the paper into the portfolio, which he had under his arm, and passed on towards the king's apartments. D'Artagnan, through the small windows made at every landing of the donjon stairs, saw, as he went up behind Fouquet, the man who had delivered the note, looking round him on the place and making signs to several persons who disappeared in the adjacent streets, after having themselves repeated the signals. Fouquet was made to wait for a moment on the terrace of which we have spoken, a terrace which abutted on the little corridor, at the end of which the cabinet of the king was located. Here D'Artagnan passed on before the surintendant, whom, till that time, he had respectfully accompanied, and entered the royal cabinet. "Well?" asked Louis XIV, who, on perceiving him, threw on to the table covered with papers a large green cloth. "The order is executed, sire." "And Fouquet?" "Monsieur le surintendant follows me," said D'Artagnan. "In 10 minutes let him be introduced," said the king, dismissing D'Artagnan again with a gesture. The latter retired, but had scarcely reached the corridor at the extremity of which Fouquet was waiting for him, when he was recalled by the king's bell. "Did he not appear astonished?" asked the king. "Who, sire?" "Fouquet," replied the king, without saying "Monsieur," a peculiarity which confirmed the captain of the musketeers in his suspicions. "No, sire," replied he. "That is well." And a second time Louis dismissed D'Artagnan. Fouquet had not quitted the terrace where he had been left by his guide. He reperused his note, conceived thus: "Something is being contrived against you. Perhaps they will not dare to carry it out at the castle. It will be on your return home. The house is already surrounded by musketeers. Do not enter. A white horse is in waiting for you behind the esplanade." Fouquet recognized the writing and zeal of Gourville, not being willing that, if any evil happened to himself, this paper should be compromising to a faithful friend. The surintendant was busy tearing it into 1,000 morsels, spread about by the wind from the balustrade of the terrace. D'Artagnan found him watching the snowflake fluttering of the last scraps in space. "Monsieur," said he, "the king awaits you." Fouquet walked with a deliberate step along the little corridor, where M. Dubrine and Rose were at work, whilst the Duc de Saint-Aignan, seated on a chair, likewise in the corridor, appeared to be waiting for orders with feverish impatience, his sword between his legs. It appeared strange to Fouquet that M. Brienne, Rose, and de Saint-Aignan in general, so attentive and obsequious, should scarcely take the least notice as he, the surintendant, passed. But how could he expect to find it otherwise among courtiers? He, whom the king no longer called anything but Fouquet. He raised his head, determined to look everyone and everything bravely in the face, and entered the king's apartment, where a little bell, which we already know, had already announced him to his majesty. The king, without rising, nodded to him, and with interest. "Well, how are you, Monsieur Fouquet?" said he. "I am in a high fever," replied the surintendant, "but I am at the king's service." "That is well. The states assemble tomorrow. Have you a speech ready?" Fouquet looked at the king with astonishment. "I have not, sire," replied he, "but I will improvise one. I am too well acquainted with affairs to feel any embarrassment. I have only one question to ask. Will your majesty permit me?" "Certainly. Ask it." "Why did not your majesty do his first minister the honour of giving him notice of this in Paris?" "You were ill. I was not willing to fatigue you." "Never did a labour, never did an explanation fatigue me, sire. And since the moment is come for me to demand an explanation of my king—" "Oh, Monsieur Fouquet! An explanation? An explanation. Pray of what? Of your Majesty's intentions with respect to myself. The king blushed. I have calumniated, continued Fouquet warmly, and I feel called upon to adjure the justice of the king to make inquiries. You say all this to me very uselessly, Monsieur Fouquet. I know what I know. Your Majesty can only know the things that have been told to you, and I, on my part, have said nothing to you, whilst others have spoken many, many times. What do you wish to say? Said the king, impatient to put an end to this embarrassing conversation. I will go straight to the facts, sire, and I accuse a certain man of having injured me in your Majesty's opinion. Nobody has injured you, Monsieur Fouquet. That reply proves to me, sire, that I am right. Monsieur Fouquet, I do not like people to be accused. Not when one is accused. We have already spoken too much about this affair. Your Majesty will not allow me to justify myself? I repeat that I do not accuse you. Fouquet, with a half bow, made a step backward. It is certain, thought he, that he has made up his mind. He alone who cannot go back can show obstinacy. Not to see the danger now would be to be blind. Indeed, not to shun it would be stupid. He resumed aloud. Did your Majesty send for me on business? No, Monsieur Fouquet, but for some advice I wish to give you. I respectfully await it, sire. Rest yourself, Monsieur Fouquet. Do not throw away your strength. The sessions of the States will be short, and when my secretary shall have closed it, I do not wish business to be talked of in France for a fortnight. Has the king nothing to say to me on the subject of the Assembly of the States? No, Monsieur Fouquet. Not to me, the Superintendent of Finances? Rest yourself, I beg you. That is all I have to say to you. Fouquet bit his lips and hung his head. He was evidently busy with some uneasy thought. This uneasiness struck the king. Are you angry at having to rest yourself, M. Fouquet? Said he. Yes, sire. I am not accustomed to take rest. But you are ill. You must take care of yourself. Your Majesty spoke just now of a speech to be pronounced tomorrow. His Majesty made no reply. This unexpected stroke embarrassed him. Fouquet felt the weight of this hesitation. He thought he could read the danger in the eyes of the young prince, which fear would but precipitate. If I appear frightened, I am lost, thought he. The king, on his part, was only uneasy at the alarm of Fouquet. He has a suspicion of anything, murmured he. If his first word is severe again, thought Fouquet, if he becomes angry, or feigns to be angry for the sake of a pretext, how shall I extricate myself? Let us smooth the declivity a little. Corville was right. Sire, said he, suddenly, since the goodness of the king watches over my health to the point of dispensing with my labour, may I not be allowed to be absent from the council of tomorrow? I could pass the day in bed, and will entreat the king to grant me his physician, that we may endeavour to find a remedy against this fearful fever. So be it, Monsieur Fouquet. It shall be as you desire. You shall have a holiday. Tomorrow you shall have the physician, and be restored to health. Thanks, said Fouquet, bowing. Then, opening his game, shall I not have the happiness of conducting your Majesty to my residence of Belle Isle? And he looked Louis full in the face to judge the effect of such a proposal. The king blushed again. Do you know, replied he, endeavouring to smile, that you have just said,
My residence of Belle Isle? Yes, sire. Well, do you not remember, continued the king in the same cheerful tone, that you gave me Belle Isle? That is true again, sire. Only, as you have not taken it, you will doubtless come with me and take possession of it. I mean to do so. That was beside your Majesty's intention as well as mine, and I cannot express to your Majesty how happy and proud I have been to see all of the king's regiments from Paris to help take possession. The king stammered out that he did not bring the musketeers for that alone. Oh, I am convinced of that, said Fouquet warmly. Your Majesty knows very well that you have nothing to do but to come alone with a cane in your hand to bring to the ground all the fortifications of Belle Isle. Psst, cried the king. I do not wish those fine fortifications which cost so much to build to fall at all. No, let them stand against the Dutch and the English. You would not guess what I would want to see at Belle Isle, Monsieur Fouquet. It is the pretty peasants and women of the land on the seashore who dance so well and are so seducing with their scarlet petticoats. I have heard great boast of your pretty tenants, Monsieur le Surintendant. Well, let me have the sight of them, whatever your Majesty pleases. Have you any means of transport? It shall be tomorrow, if you like. The Surintendant felt this stroke, which was not a droid, and replied, No, sire, I was ignorant of your Majesty's wish. Above all, I was ignorant of your haste to see Belle Isle, and I am prepared with nothing. You have a boat of your own, nevertheless? I have 5, but they are all in port at Pambeuf, and to join them or bring them hither would require at least 24 hours. Have I any occasion to send a courier? Must I do so? Wait a little. Put an end to the fever. Wait until tomorrow. That is true. Who knows but that by tomorrow we may not have 100 other ideas, replied Fouquet, now perfectly convinced and very pale. The king started and stretched out his hand out towards his little bell, but Fouquet prevented his ringing. Sire, said he, I have an ague. I am trembling with cold. If I remain a moment longer, I shall most likely faint. I request your Majesty's permission to go and fling myself beneath the bedclothes. Indeed, you are in a shiver. It is painful to behold. Come, Monsieur Fouquet, be gone. I will send to inquire after you. Your Majesty overwhelms me with kindness. In an hour I shall be better. I will call someone to reconduct you, said the king. As you please, sire. I would gladly take the arm of anyone. Monsieur d'Artagnan, cried the king, ringing his little bell. Oh, sire, interrupted Fouquet, laughing in such a manner as made the prince feel cold. Would you give me the captain of your musketeers to take me to my lodgings? An equivocal honour that, sire. A simple footman, I beg. And why? M. Fouquet, M. d'Artagnan conducts me often and extremely well. Yes, but when he conducts you, sire, it is to obey you, whilst me... Go on. If I am obliged to return home supported by the leader of the musketeers, it would be everywhere. And said that you had me arrested. Arrested? Replied the king, who became paler than Fouquet himself. Arrested? Oh, and why should they not say so? Continued Fouquet, still laughing. And I would lay a wager there would be people found wicked enough to laugh at. This sally disconcerted the monarch. Fouquet was skilful enough, or fortunate enough, to make Louis XIV recoil before the appearance of the deed he meditated. M. D'Artagnan, when he appeared, received an order to desire a musketeer to accompany the surintendant. Quite unnecessary, said the latter. Sword for sword, I prefer Gourville, who is waiting for me below.
but that will not prevent me enjoying the society of M. d'Artagnan. I am glad he will see Belle Isle. He is so good a judge of fortifications." D'Artagnan bowed, without at all comprehending what was going on. Fouquet bowed again and left the apartment, affecting all the slowness of a man who walks with difficulty. When once out of the castle, "I am saved," said he. "Oh, yes, disloyal king, you shall see Belle Isle, but it shall be when I am no longer there." He disappeared, leaving D'Artagnan with the king. "Captain," said the king, "you will follow M. Fouquet at the distance of 100 paces." "Yes, sire." "He is going to his lodgings again. You will go with him." "Yes, sire." "You will arrest him in my name and will shut him up in a carriage." "In a carriage? Well, sire?" "In such a fashion that he may not on the road either converse with anyone or throw notes to people he may meet." "That will be rather difficult, sire." "Not at all." "Pardon me, sire. I cannot stifle M. Fouquet, and if he asks for liberty to breathe, I cannot prevent him by closing both the windows and the blinds. He will throw out at the doors all the cries, and not possible." "The case is provided for, Monsieur d'Artagnan. A carriage with a trellis will obviate both the difficulties you point out." "A carriage with an iron trellis?" cried D'Artagnan. "But a carriage with an iron trellis is not made in half an hour, and your Majesty commands me to go immediately to M. Fouquet's lodgings?" "The carriage in question is already made." "Ah, that is quite a different thing," said the captain. "If the carriage is ready made, very well then, we have only to set it in motion." "It is ready, and the horses harnessed." "Ah, and the coachman with the outriders is waiting in the lower court of the castle." D'Artagnan bowed. "There only remains for me to ask your Majesty whether I shall conduct M. Fouquet." "To the castle of Angiers at first." "Very well, sire." "Afterwards, we will see." "Yes, sire." "Monsieur d'Artagnan, one last word. You have remarked that for making this capture of M. Fouquet, I have not employed my guards, on which account M. de Gervais will be furious." Your Majesty does not employ your guards," said the captain, a little humiliated, "because you mistrust M. de Gesvires, that is all." "That is to say, monsieur, that I have more confidence in you." "I know that very well, sire, and it is of no use to make so much of it." "It is only for the sake of arriving at this, monsieur, that if from this moment it should happen that by any chance whatever M. Fouquet should escape, such chances have been, monsieur." "Oh, very often, sire, but for others, not for me." "And why not with you?" "Because I, sire, have for an instant wished to save M. Fouquet." The king started. "Because," continued the captain, "I had then a right to do so, having guessed your Majesty's plan, without you having spoken to me of it, and that I took an interest in M. Fouquet. Now, was I not at liberty to show any interest in this man?" "In truth, monsieur, you do not reassure me with regard to your services." "If I had saved him, then I should have been perfectly innocent. I will say more. I should have done well, for M. Fouquet is not a bad man. But he was not willing. His destiny prevailed. He let the hours of liberty slip by. So much the worse. Now I have orders. I will obey those orders, and M. Fouquet you may consider as a man arrested. He is at the castle of Angiers, this very M. Fouquet." "Oh, you have not got him yet, captain." "That concerns me, every one of his trades, sire. Only once more reflect, do you seriously give me orders to arrest M. Fouquet, sire?" "Yes, 1,000 times yes." "In writing, sire, then?" "Here is the order." D'Artagnan read it, bowed to the king, and left the room. From the height of the terrace he perceived Gourville, who went by with a joyous air towards the lodgings of M. Fouquet. Chapter 40. The White Horse and the Black. That is rather surprising, said D'Artagnan. Gourville running about the streets so gaily when he is almost certain that M. Fouquet is in danger, when it is almost equally certain that it was Gourville who warned M. Fouquet just now by the note which was torn into 1,000 pieces upon the terrace and given to the winds by Monsieur le Surintendant. Gourville is rubbing his hands. That is because he has done something clever. Whence comes M. Gourville? Gourville is coming from Rue aux Herbes. Whither does the Rue aux Herbes lead? And D'Artagnan followed along the tops of the houses dominated by the castle, the line traced by the streets as he would have done upon a topographical plan. Only instead of the dead, flat paper, the living chart rose in relief with the cries, the movements, and the shadows of men and things. Beyond the enclosure of the city, the great verdant plain stretched out bordering the Loire, and appeared to run towards the pink horizon, which was cut by the azure of the waters and the dark green of the marshes. Immediately outside the gates of Nantes, 2 white roads were seen diverging like separate fingers of a gigantic hand. D'Artagnan, who had taken in all the panorama at a glance by crossing the terrace, was led by the line of the Rue aux Herbes to the mouth of one of those roads which took its rise under the gates of Nantes. 1 step more, and he was about to descend the stairs, take his trellised carriage and go towards the lodgings of M. Fouquet. But chance decreed, at the moment of plunging into the staircase, that he was attracted by a moving point, then gaining ground upon that road. "What is that?" said the musketeer to himself. "A horse galloping? A runaway horse, no doubt. What a rate he is going at!" The moving point became detached from the road and entered into the fields. "A white horse," continued the captain, who had just observed the colour thrown luminously against the dark ground. "And he is mounted. It must be by some boy whose horse is thirsty and has run away with him." These reflections, rapid as lightning, simultaneous with visual perception, D'Artagnan had already forgotten when he descended the first steps of the staircase. Some morsels of paper were spread over the stairs and shone out white against the dirty stones. Said the captain to himself. "Here are some of the fragments of the note torn by M. Fouquet. Poor man, he has given his secret to the wind. The wind will have no more to do with it and bring it back to the king. Decidedly, Fouquet, you play with misfortune. The game is not a fair one. Fortune is against you. The star of Louis XIV obscures yours. The other is stronger and more cunning than the squirrel." D'Artagnan picked up one of these morsels of paper as he descended. "Gourville's pretty little hand," cried he, whilst examining one of the fragments of the note. "I was not mistaken." And he read the word horse. "Stop," said he, and he examined another, upon which there was not a letter traced. Upon a third he read the word white horse. Repeated he like a child that is spelling. "Ah, Modo!" cried the suspicious spirit. "A white horse!" And, like that grain of powder which burning dilates into 10,000 times its volume, D'Artagnan, enlightened by ideas and suspicions, rapidly reascended the stairs towards the terrace. The white horse was still galloping in the direction of the Loire, at the extremity of which, melting into the vapours of the water, a little sail appeared, wave balanced like a water butterfly. "Oh!" cried the musketeer. Only a man who wants to fly would go at that pace across ploughed lands. There is but one Fouquet, a financier, to ride thus in open day upon a white horse. There is no one but the Lord of Belle Isle who would make his escape towards the sea, while there are such thick forests on land, and there is but one D'Artagnan in the world to catch M. Fouquet, who has half an hour's start, and who will have gained his boat within an hour. This being said, the musketeer gave orders that the carriage with the iron trellis should be taken immediately to a thicket situated just outside the city. He selected his best horse, jumped upon his back, galloped along the Rue aux Herbes, taking not the road Fouquet had taken, but the bank itself of the Loire, certain that he should gain 10 minutes upon the total distance, and, at the intersection of the two lines, come up with the fugitive, who could have no suspicion of being pursued in that direction. In the rapidity of the pursuit, and with the impatience of the avenger, animating himself as in war, D'Artagnan, so mild, so kind towards Fouquet, was surprised to find himself become ferocious, almost sanguinary. For a long time he galloped without catching sight of the white horse. His rage assumed fury. He doubted himself. He suspected that Fouquet had buried himself in some subterranean road, or that he had changed the white horse for one of those famous black ones, as swift as the wind which D'Artagnan at Saint-Mande had so frequently admired and envied for their vigour and their fleetness. At such moments, when the wind cut his eyes so as to make the tears spring from them, when the saddle had become burning hot, when the galled and spurred horse reared with pain and threw behind him a shower of dust and stones, D'Artagnan, raising himself in his stirrups, and seeing nothing on the waters, nothing beneath the trees, looked up into the air like a madman. He was losing his senses. In the paroxysms of eagerness he dreamt of aerial ways, the discovery of following Centauri. He called to his mind Daedalus and the vast wings that had saved him from the prisons of Crete. A hoarse sigh broke from his lips as he repeated, devoured by the fear of ridicule, I, duped by Groville, I! They will say that I am growing old. They will say I have received $1 million to allow Fouquet to escape. And again he dug his spurs into the sides of his horse. He had ridden astonishingly fast. Suddenly, at the extremity of some open pasture ground beside the hedges, he saw a white form, which showed itself, disappeared, and at last remained distinctly visible against the rising ground. D'Artagnan's heart leaped with joy. He wiped the streaming sweat from his brow, relaxed the tension of his knees, by which the horse breathed more freely, and, gathering up his reins, moderated the speed of the vigorous animal, his active accomplice on this manhunt. He had then time to study the direction of the road and his position with regard to Fouquet. The superintendent had completely winded his horse by crossing the soft ground. He felt the necessity of gaining a firmer footing and turned towards the road by the shortest secant line. D'Artagnan, on his part, had nothing to do but ride straight on, concealed by the sloping shore, so that he would cut his quarry off the road when he came up with him. Then the real race would begin. Then the struggle would be in earnest. D'Artagnan gave his horse good breathing time. He observed that the superintendent had relaxed into a trot, which was to say he, too, was favouring his horse. But both of them were too much pressed for time to allow them to continue long at that pace. The white horse sprang off like an arrow the moment his feet touched firm ground. D'Artagnan dropped his head, and his black horse broke into a gallop. Both followed the same route. The quadruple echoes of this new racecourse were confounded. Fouquet had not yet perceived D'Artagnan, but on issuing from the slope, a single echo struck the air. It was that of the steps of D'Artagnan's horse, which rolled along like thunder. Fouquet turned around and saw behind him, within 100 paces, his enemy bent over the neck of his horse. There could be no doubt. The shining baldric, the red cassock, it was a musketeer. Fouquet slackened his hand likewise, and the white horse placed 20 feet more between his adversary and himself. Oh, but, thought D'Artagnan, becoming very anxious, that is not a common horse M. Fouquet is upon. Let us see. And he attentively examined with his infallible eye the shape and capability of the courser. Round, full quarters, a thin, long tail, large hocks, thin legs as dry as bars of steel, hooves hard as marble. He spurred his own, but the distance between the two remained the same. D'Artagnan listened attentively. Not a breath of the horse reached him, and yet he seemed to cut the air. The black horse, on the contrary, began to puff like any blacksmith's bellows. I must overtake him if I kill my horse, thought the musketeer, and he began to saw the mouth of the poor animal whilst he buried the rowels of his merciless spears into his sides. The maddened horse gained 20 toises and came up within pistol shot of Fouquet. "Courage," said the musketeer to himself. "Courage! The white horse will perhaps grow weaker, and if the horse does not fall, the master must pull up at last." But horse and rider remained upright together, gaining ground by difficult degrees. D'Artagnan uttered a wild cry which made Fouquet turn round, and added speed to the white horse. "A famous horse, a mad rider," growled the captain. "Hola, Mordaunt! Monsieur Fouquet, stop in the king's name!" Fouquet made no reply. "Do you hear me?" shouted D'Artagnan, whose horse had just stumbled. "Pardon," replied Fouquet laconically, and rode on faster. D'Artagnan was nearly mad. The blood rushed boiling to his temples and his eyes. "In the king's name," cried he again, "stop, or I will bring you down with a pistol shot." "Do," replied Fouquet, without relaxing his speed. D'Artagnan seized a pistol and cocked it, hoping that the double click of the spring would stop his enemy. "You have pistols likewise," said he. "Turn and defend yourself." Fouquet did turn round at the noise, and, looking at D'Artagnan full in the face, opened with his right hand the part of his dress which concealed his body. But he did not even touch his holsters. There were not more than 20 paces between the two. "Mordaunt," said D'Artagnan, "I will not assassinate you if you will not fire upon me. Surrender. What is a prison?" "I would rather die," replied Fouquet. "I shall suffer less." D'Artagnan, drunk with despair, hurled his pistol to the ground. "I will take you alive," said he, and by a prodigy of skill which this incomparable horseman alone was capable, he threw his horse forward to within 10 paces of the white horse. Already his hand was stretched out to the seize of his prey. "Kill me! Kill me!" cried Fouquet. "'Twould be more humane." "No, alive, alive," murmured the captain. At this moment his horse made a full step for the second time, and Fouquet again took the lead. It was an unheard-of spectacle, this race between two horses which now only kept alive by the will of their rider. It might be said that D'Artagnan rode carrying his horse along between his knees. To the furious gallop had succeeded the fast trot, and that had sunk to what might be scarcely called a trot at all. But the chase appeared equally warm in the two fatigued atteleurs. D'Artagnan quite in despair, seized his second pistol and cocked it. "At your horse, not at you!" cried he to Fouquet, and he fired. The animal was hit in the quarters. He made a furious bound and plunged forward. At that moment, D'Artagnan's horse fell dead. "I am dishonoured," thought the musketeer. "I am a miserable wretch. For pity's sake, M. Fouquet, throw me one of your pistols that I may blow out my brains." But Fouquet rode away. For mercy's sake," cried D'Artagnan. "That which you will not do at this moment, I myself will do within an hour, but here upon this road I should die bravely. I should die esteemed. Do me that service, M. Fouquet." M. Fouquet made no reply, but continued to trot on. D'Artagnan began to run after his enemy. Successfully, he threw away his hat, his coat, which embarrassed him, and then the sheath of his sword, which got between his legs as he was running. The sword in his hand itself became too heavy, and he threw it after the sheath. The white horse began to rattle in its throat. D'Artagnan gained upon him. From a trot, the exhausted animal sunk to a staggering walk. The foam from his mouth was mixed with blood. D'Artagnan made a desperate effort, sprang towards Fouquet and seized him by the leg, saying in a broken, breathless voice, "I arrest you in the king's name. Blow my brains out if you like. We have both done our duty." Fouquet hurled far from him into the river the two pistols D'Artagnan might have seized, and, dismounting from his horse, "I am your prisoner, monsieur," said he. "Will you take my arm? For I see you are ready to faint." "Thanks," murmured D'Artagnan, who, in fact, felt the earth sliding from under his feet, and the light of day turning to blackness around him. Then he rolled upon the sand, without breath or strength. Fouquet hastened to the brink of the river, dipped some water in his hat, with which he bathed the temples of the musketeer, and introduced a few drops between his lips. D'Artagnan raised himself with difficulty and looked about him with a wandering eye. He beheld Fouquet on his knees, with his wet hat in his hand, smiling upon him with ineffable sweetness. "You are not off, then?" cried he. "Oh, monsieur, the true king of royalty in heart, in soul, is not Louis of the Louvre, or perhaps of Sainte Marguerite. It is you, proscribed, condemned. I, who this day am ruined by a single error, M. D'Artagnan. What in the name of heaven is that? I should have you for a friend. But how shall we return to Nantes? We are a great way from it." "That is true," said D'Artagnan gloomily. "The white horse will recover, perhaps. He is a good horse. Mount, Monsieur D'Artagnan. I will walk till you have rested a little." "Poor beast, and wounded too," said the musketeer. "He will go, I tell you. I know him, but we can do better still. Let us both get up and ride slowly." "Oh, we can try," said the captain. But they had scarcely charged the animal with this double load when he began to stagger, and then, with a great effort, walked a few minutes, then staggered again, and sank down dead by the side of the black horse, which he had just managed to come up to. "We will go on foot. Destiny wills it so. The walk will be pleasant," said Fouquet, passing his arm through that of D'Artagnan. "Modo!" cried the latter, with a fixed eye, a contracted brow, and a swelling heart. "What a disgraceful day!" They walked slowly, the 4 leagues which separated them from the little wood behind which the carriage and escort were in waiting. When Fouquet perceived that sinister machine, he said to D'Artagnan, who cast his eyes down in shame, ashamed of Louis XIV, "There is an idea that you did not emanate from a brave man. Captain D'Artagnan, is it not yours? What are these greetings for?" said he. "To prevent you throwing the letters out." "Ingenious! But you can speak if you cannot write," said D'Artagnan. "Can I speak to you?" "Why, certainly, if you wish to do so." Fouquet reflected for a moment, then, looking the captain full in the face, "One single word," said he. "Will you remember it?" "I will not forget it." "Will you speak it to whom I wish?" "I will." Saint-Mond articulated. Fouquet in a low voice. "Well, and for whom?" "For Madame de Belliere or Pelisson." "It shall be done." The carriage rolled through Nantes and took the route to Angers. Chapter 41, in which the squirrel falls, the adder flies. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The king, full of impatience, went to his cabinet on the terrace and kept opening the door of the corridor to see what his secretaries were doing. M. Colbert, seated in the same place M. de Saint-Aignan had so long occupied in the morning, was chatting in a low voice with M. de Brienne. The king opened the door suddenly and addressed them. "What is it you are saying?"
"We were speaking of the first sitting of the States," said M. de Brienne, rising.
"Very well," replied the king, and returned to his room. 5 minutes after, the summons of the bell recalled Rose, whose hour it was.
"Have you finished your copies?"
asked the king. "Not yet, sire."
"See if M. D'Artagnan has returned."
"Not yet, sire."
"It is very strange," murmured the king. "Call M. Colbert."
Colbert entered. He had been expecting this all morning.
"Monsieur Colbert," said the king very sharply, "you must ascertain what has become of M. D'Artagnan."
Colbert, in his calm voice, replied, "Where does your majesty desire him to be sought for?"
"Monsieur, do you not know on what I have sent him?"
replied Louis acrimoniously. "Your majesty did not inform me."
"Monsieur, there are things that must be guessed, and you, above all, are apt to guess them."
"I might have been able to imagine, sire, but I do not presume to be positive." Colbert had not finished these words when a rougher voice than that of the king interrupted the interesting conversation thus begun between the monarch and his clerk.
"D'Artagnan!"
cried the king with evident joy. D'Artagnan, pale and in evidently bad humour, cried to the king as he entered, "Sire, it is your majesty who has given orders to my musketeers."
"What orders?"
said the king. "About M. Fouquet's house."
"None,"
replied Louis. "Ha!" said D'Artagnan, biting his moustache. "I was not mistaken then, it was monsieur here," and he pointed to Colbert.
"What orders? Let me know,"
said the king. "Orders to turn the house topsy-turvy, to beat M. Fouquet's servants, to force the drawers, to give over a peaceful house, to pillage, Mordaunt. These are savage orders."
"Monsieur,"
said Colbert, turning pale. "Monsieur," interrupted D'Artagnan, "the king alone understands. The king alone has a right to command my musketeers. But as to you, I forbid you to do it, and I tell you so before his majesty. Gentlemen who carry swords do not sling pens behind their ears."
"D'Artagnan! D'Artagnan!"
murmured the king. "It is humiliating," continued the musketeer. "My soldiers are disgraced. I do not command retis, thank you, nor clerks of the intendant's Mordo." "What is this about?" said the king with authority. "About this, sire. Monsieur, who could not guess your majesty's orders, and consequently could not know I was gone to arrest M. Fouquet, monsieur, who had caused the iron cage to be constructed for his patron of yesterday, has sent M. de Rocherel to the lodgings of M. Fouquet, and under the pretence of securing the surintendant's papers, they have taken away the furniture. My musketeers have been posted round the house all the morning, such were my orders. Why did anyone presume to order them to enter? Why, by forcing them to assist in this pillage, have they been made accomplices of it? Mordo, we serve the king, we do, but we do not serve M. Colbert." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the king sternly, "take care. It is not in my presence that such explanations, and made in such a tone, should take place." "I have acted for the good of the king," said Colbert in a faltering voice. "It is hard to be treated by one of your majesty's officers, and that without redress on account of the respect I owe the king." "The respect you owe the king?" cried D'Artagnan, his eyes flashing fire. "Consists in the first place in making his authority respected and his person beloved. Every agent of a power without control represents that power, and when people curse the hand which strikes them, it is the royal hand that God reproaches. Do you hear? Must a soldier hardened by 40 years of wounds and bloods give you a lesson, monsieur? Must mercy be on my side and ferocity on yours? You have caused the innocent to be arrested, bound, and imprisoned." "Accomplices, perhaps, of M. Fouquet," said Colbert. "Who told you M. Fouquet had accomplices, or even that he was guilty? The king alone knows that. His justice is not blind. When he says arrest and imprison such and such a man, he is obeyed. Do not talk to me, then, any more of your respect you owe the king, and be careful of your words, then, that they may not chance to convey the slightest menace. For the king will not allow those to be threatened who do him service by others who do him disservice. And if in case I should have, which God forbid, a master so ungrateful, I would make myself respected." Thus saying, D'Artagnan took his station haughtily in the king's cabinet, his eyes flashing, his hand on his sword, his lips trembling, affecting much more anger than he really felt. Colbert, humiliated and devoured with rage, bowed to the king as if to ask his permission to leave the room. The king, thwarted alike in pride and in curiosity, knew not which part to take. D'Artagnan saw him hesitate. To remain longer would have been a mistake. It was necessary to score a triumph over Colbert, and the only method was to touch the king so near the quick that his majesty would have no other means of extrication but choosing between the two antagonists. D'Artagnan bowed as Colbert had done, but the king, who, in preference to everything else, was anxious to have all the exact details of the arrest of the surintendent of the finances from him who had made him tremble for a moment. The king, perceiving that the ill humour of D'Artagnan would put off for half an hour at least the details he was burning to be acquainted with, Louis, we say, forgot Colbert, who had nothing new to tell him, and recalled his captain of the musketeers. "In the first place," said he, "let me see the results of your commission, monsieur. You may rest yourself hereafter." D'Artagnan, who was just passing through the doorway, stopped at the voice of the king, retraced his steps, and Colbert was forced to leave the closet. His countenance assumed almost a purple hue. His black and threatening eyes shone with a dark fire beneath their thick brows. He stepped out, bowed before the king, half drew himself up in passing D'Artagnan, and went away with death in his heart. D'Artagnan, on being left alone with the king, softened immediately, and composing his countenance, "Sire," said he, "you are a young king. It is by the dawn that people judge whether the day will be fine or dull. How, sire, will the people, who the hand of God has placed under your law, argue of your reign, if between them and you allow angry and violent ministers to interpose their mischief? But let us speak of myself, sire. Let us leave a discussion that may appear idle and perhaps inconvenient to you. Let us speak of myself. I have arrested M. Fouquet." "You took plenty of time about it," said the king sharply. D'Artagnan looked at the king. "I perceive that I have expressed myself badly. I announced to your majesty that I had arrested Monsieur Fouquet." "You did? And what then?" "Well, I ought to have told your majesty that M. Fouquet had arrested me. That would have been more just. I re-established the truth then. I have been arrested by M. Fouquet." It was now the turn of Louis XIV to be surprised. His Majesty was astonished in his turn. D'Artagnan, with his quick glance, appreciated what was passing in the heart of his master. He did not allow time to put any questions. He related, with that poetry, that picturesqueness which perhaps he alone possessed at that period, the escape of Fouquet, the pursuit, the furious race, and, lastly, the inimitable generosity of the surintendant, who might have fled 10 times over, who might have killed the adversary in the pursuit, but who had preferred imprisonment, perhaps worse, to the humiliation of one who wished to rob him of his liberty. In proportion as the tale advanced, the king became agitated, devouring the narrator's words and drumming with his fingernails upon the table. "It results from all this, sire, in my eyes at least, that the man who conducts himself thus is a gallant man, and cannot be an enemy to the king. That is my opinion, and I repeat it to your majesty. I know what the king will say to me, and I bow to it. Reasons of state, so be it. To my ears that sounds highly respectable. But I am a soldier, and I have received my orders. My orders are executed, very unwillingly on my part, it is true, but they are executed. I say no more." "Where is M. Fouquet at this moment?" asked Louis after a short silence. "M. Fouquet, sire," replied D'Artagnan, "is in the iron cage that M. Colbert had prepared for him, and is galloping as fast as 4 strong horses can drag him towards Angers." "Why did you leave him on the road?" "Because your majesty did not tell me to go to Angers. The best proof of what I advance is that the king desired me to be sought for but this minute, and then I had another reason." "What is that?" "Whilst I was with him, poor M. Fouquet would never attempt to escape." "Well?" cried the king, astonished. "Your majesty ought to understand, and does understand certainly, that my warmest wish is to know that M. Fouquet is at liberty. I have given him one of my brigadiers, the most stupid I could find among my musketeers, in order that the prisoner might have a chance of escaping." "Are you mad, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" cried the king, crossing his arms on his breast. "Do people utter such enormities even when they have the misfortune to think them?" "Ah, sir, you cannot expect that I should be an enemy to M. Fouquet after what he has just done for you and me. No, if you desire, then he should remain under your lock and bolt. Never give him in charge to me. However closely wired might be the cage, the bird would in the end take wing." "I am surprised," said the king, in his sternest tone. "You do not follow the fortunes of the man M. Fouquet wished to place upon my throne. You had in him all you want, affection, gratitude. In my service, monsieur, you will only find a master." If M. Fouquet had not gone to seek you in Bastille, sire, replied D'Artagnan with a deep, impressive manner, one single man would have gone there, and I should have been that man. You know that right well, sire. The king was brought to pause. Before that speech of his captain of the musketeers, so frankly spoken and so true, the king had nothing to offer. On hearing D'Artagnan, Louis remembered the D'Artagnan of former times, him who, at the Palais Royal, held himself concealed behind the curtains of his bed when the people of Paris, led by Cardinal de Retz, came to assure themselves of the presence of the king. The D'Artagnan, whom he saluted with his hand at the door of his carriage when repairing to Notre Dame on his return to Paris. The soldier who had acquitted him at his service at Blois, the lieutenant he had recalled to be beside his person when the death of Mazarin restored his power, the man he had always found loyal, courageous, devoted. Louis advanced towards the door and called Colbert. Colbert had not left the corridor where the secretaries were at work. He reappeared. Colbert, did you make a perquisition on the house of M. Fouquet? Yes, sire. What has it produced? M. de Rochelle, who was sent with your Majesty's musketeers, has remitted me some papers, replied Colbert. I will look at them. Give me your hand. My hand, sire? Yes, that I may place it in that of M. d'Artagnan. In fact, M. d'Artagnan, added he, with a smile, turning towards the soldier, who, at first sight of the clerk, had resumed his haughty attitude. You do not know this man. Make his acquaintance. And he pointed to Colbert. He has been made but a moderately valuable servant in subaltern position, but he will be a great man if I raise him to the foremost rank. Sire, stammered Colbert, confused with pleasure and fear. I always understood why, murmured D'Artagnan in the king's ear. He was jealous. Precisely. And his jealousy can find his wings. He will henceforth be a winged serpent, grumbled the musketeer with a remnant of hatred against his recent adversary. But Colbert, approaching him, offered to his eyes a physiognomy so different from that which he had been accustomed to see him wear. He appeared so good, so mild, so easy. His eyes took the expression of an intelligence so noble that D'Artagnan, a connoisseur in physiognomies, was moved and almost changed his convictions. Colbert pressed his hand. That which the king has just told you, monsieur, proves how well his majesty is acquainted with men. The inveterate opposition I have displayed up until this day against abuses and not against men proves that I had in view to prepare for my king a glorious reign, for my country a great blessing. I have many ideas, Monsieur d'Artagnan. You will see them expand in the sun of public peace, and I have not the least good fortune to conquer the friendship of honest men. I am at least certain, monsieur, that I shall obtain their esteem. For their admiration, monsieur, I would give my life. This change, this sudden elevation, this mute approbation of the king gave the musketeer matter for profound reflection. He bowed civilly to Colbert, who did not take his eyes off him. The king, when he saw they were reconciled, dismissed them. They left the room together. As soon as they were out of the cabinet, the new minister stopped the captain and said, Is it possible, M. d'Artagnan, that such an eye as yours you did not at the first glance, at the first impression, discover what sort of man I am? Monsieur Colbert, replied the musketeer, A ray of the sun in our eyes prevents us from seeing the most vivid flame. The man in power radiates, you know, and since you are there, why should you continue to persecute him who had just fallen into disgrace and fallen from such a height?
I, monsieur? Said Colbert. Oh, monsieur, I would never persecute him. I wish to administer the finances and to administer them alone, because I am ambitious, and above all because I have the most entire confidence in my own merit. Because I know that all the gold of this country will ebb and flow beneath my eyes, and I love to look at the king's gold. Because if I live 30 years, in that 30 years not a denier of it will remain in my hands, because with that gold I will build granaries, castles, cities, and harbours. Because I will create a marine. I will equip navies that shall waft the name of France to the most distant people, because I will create libraries and academies, because I will make France the first country in the world and the wealthiest. These are the motives for my animosity against M. Fouquet, who prevented my acting. And then, when I shall be great and strong, when France is great and strong, in my turn, then will I cry, mercy. Mercy, did you say? Then ask his liberty of the king. The king is only crushing him on your account. Colbert again raised his head. Monsieur, said he, you know that is not so, and that the king has his own personal animosity against M. Fouquet. It is not for me to teach you that. But the king will grow tired. He will forget. The king never forgets, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Hark! The king calls. He is going to issue an order. I have not influenced him, have I? Listen. The king, in fact, was calling his secretaries. Monsieur d'Artagnan, said he. I am here, sire. Give 20 of your musketeers to M. de Saint-Aignan to form a guard for M. Fouquet. D'Artagnan and Colbert exchanged looks. And from Angers, continued the king, they will conduct the prisoner to the Bastille in Paris. You are right, said the captain to the minister. Saint-Aignan, continued the king, you will have anyone shot who shall attempt to speak privately with M. Fouquet during the journey. But myself, sire, said the duke. You, monsieur, you will only speak to him in the presence of the musketeers. The duke bowed and departed to execute his commission. D'Artagnan was about to retire likewise, but the king stopped him. Monsieur, said he, you will go immediately and take possession of the isle and fief of Belle-Île-et-Mer. Yes, sire. Alone? You will take a sufficient number of troops to prevent delay in case the place should be contumacious. A murmur of courtly incredulity rose from the group of courtiers. That shall be done, said D'Artagnan. I saw the place in my infancy, resumed the king, and I do not wish to see it again. You have heard me. Go, monsieur, and do not return without the keys. Colbert went up to D'Artagnan. A commission which, if you carry it out well, said he, will be worth a marque's baton to you. Why do you employ the words if you carry it out so well? Because it is difficult. Ah, in what respect? You have friends in Belle-Isle, Monsieur d'Artagnan, and it is not an easy thing for men like you to march over the bodies of their friends to obtain success. D'Artagnan hung his head in deepest thought, while Colbert returned to the king. A quarter of an hour after, the captain received the written order from the king to blow up the fortress of Belle-Isle in case of resistance, with power of life and death over all the inhabitants or refugees, and an injunction not to allow one to escape. Colbert was right, thought D'Artagnan,
For me, the button of a Marquerel of France will cost the lives of my two friends. Only they seem to forget that my friends are not more stupid than the birds, and that they will not wait for the hand of the fowler to extend over their wings. I will show them that hand so plainly that they will have quite some time enough to see it. Poor Porthos, poor Aramis. No, my fortune shall not cost your wings or feather. Having thus determined, D'Artagnan assembled the royal army, embarked it at Pamboeuf, and set sail without the loss of an unnecessary minute.